What is Unix? Okay, what is Linux? Those who said you know. What is Windows? That's an operating system. Then what is Linux? It's also an operating system.
It's also an operating system.
Yeah, so the basic difference is both are operating system. So whatever you can do in Windows is what you can do it on Linux. But it was not Linux. Initially, they came up with the operating system called Unix. But the very basic understanding is that they wanted to do things in a better way. So to keep it in short, Windows as an operating system has certain limitations. So not drawbacks, but limitations. So in Windows, at any point of time, only a single user can work. So if you try to log in as a different user, it will log out. If you have not noted, we have multiple users connecting to the same machine. If one user tries to connect, the other user will get logged out. Okay, so that was one of the problems. So when you go to a company, you will have a huge machine. Okay, so you'll have like 30, 40 GB of RAM, multiple core CPUs. But still, if there's only one person who is going to work, then there's no advantage. So that is where they wanted an operating system in which multi-users will be there. Not just that, the other thing that you talk about, it's not much user friendly. If you think Windows is much user friendly, that is because of UI. But there's a lot of other things which you will not be able to, or you will not be able to. Whereas if you take the other operating system called Unix, it's much more friendly. Okay, and it's more of an open source, so a lot of people can customize it depending on your need. And the other primary reason why they went ahead with Unix as an operating system is it's much secure. So most of the time you see in Windows, you get some kind of virus attacks, trojans, right? But there is never such a scenario where in Unix you have something called as a virus attack. Okay, so these are the major advantages why they went ahead with the operating system called. But guys, can you mute? So keeping that in mind, when Unix started coming up, it's not just in now, it's there even before decades. So when they started coming up with Unix, like how Microsoft owned the Windows, Unix was being owned by various people. Okay, so Sun came up with their operating system like Sun OS or Solaris. IBM came up with AIX, DEC, and then HP came up with their operating system called HPUX. So like that, many people started owning their own Unix version, which was used for all their products. But it so happened again, from Unix, they started to create a new operating system, which is called as Linux, which was more of open source. Okay, so Linux and Unix are both one and the same, or you can call it as flavor. So in Linux, further, many other flavors started coming. That's where you would have seen FreeBSD as the first one, and then things started coming as Fedora, CentOS, you have Ubuntu, and then Red Hat licensed it and called it as Red Hat Enterprise. Okay, this is where from Unix it's kind of outdated. It's more of what? It's completely Linux OS now. So this is where Linux is just an OS. It is a Unix OS. Okay, just a flavor. So now, in that, regardless of whatever you're using as a user, you're going to get some common features. Only for administration, there are certain benefits you're going to get from a user level. It is all going to be the same. And any operating system that you take, this is the architecture on how it will be. Okay. So internally, there will be a hardware, and to which there will be something called as kernel, which will be communicated. Whether it's your Windows or Linux, you're going to have a part which is the heart of the OS. So when you install OS, what is that you're going to have inside it? Which is what we call it as kernel. Okay. So whether it is Windows or Linux, you're going to have some kind of. Now that is where it is going to communicate to the users. So if you take a Linux machine, there will be a kernel which the user will be interacting. Whatever you tell, which will be to the kernel. In fact, kernel is nothing but the OS. Now, around the kernel, there will be a layer which will be helping us to communicate. So this is what we call it as a environment. So like in the class, if I want to communicate with you, I need a room or I need some kind of WebEx which will help you to communicate, right? Same way, if I have to talk to the kernel, now the kernel means if, for example, if you take this laptop, I'm directly communicating with the laptop because it is just in front of me. But in reality, in an organization, Linux system will be used by multiple users. That means the machine will be somewhere else in a remote location and you will be communicating to it. So in that way, for communicating between you or the user and the machine, there needs an environment. Like if I have to talk to you, if you are at home, I'll use a mobile phone or I'll use WhatsApp. So that is called as a environment. Same way, if we want to communicate between the OS or the kernel, then we need something called as a environment. And that environment, which is going to help us to communicate to a Linux machine, is what we call it as a shell. Okay, so which is nothing but a command prompt basically that you will be doing, because Linux, most of it doesn't have a UI. It does have a UI, but most of the people or most of the OS that don't have a UI. So you will be communicating to the kernel through a command prompt. Okay, so that way, that command prompt is giving you an environment, what we call it as a shell. Okay, now why do you call it as a shell? What do you understand by the word shell? What is shell? What is shell? What is shell?
Shell is an environment or a command line prompt where the user gives the input. I mean, what he needs. That's a shell.
That is what the answer I gave. But I'm asking you, what do you know by shell other than computer science? Which cover? Plastic cover? Seashell? Okay. Shell? Boat shell.
C cell, then born cell, then
Okay.
born again cell. That is base cell.
I'm asking you non-computer science shell. Have you seen shell anywhere? How did they came up with the word called shell?
Uh,
You don't know
Shell is a
anything
like,
other than shell.
hello.
Seashell? Okay. Anywhere else?
So basically, C
Hello.
cell, which is protecting the kernel, right?
Yeah.
Hello.
Petrol bunk you would have seen, right? Seashell. So what is that? What do you mean by shell?
Protecting something.
No. What is a seashell? Okay, I'm going to the basics. I'm asking question. What is
Hello.
it?
Am I audible?
Yes.
It's kind of a hard protective, some case kind of thing.
Yeah. So basically, shell is a closed environment, and there's something, right? So why did they give this name? It's because when you're communicating to the kernel, you're not just getting an environment, but you're getting a closed environment. So it is not like your phone where I pick up, I dial your number, there is an environment given. But do you see there is a crosstalk happening sometime? Yes? No? Haven't had a crosstalk anytime in your life? So that means in your environment, someone else is coming, or you are going into some other's environment, right? You might be hearing something else when you wanted to talk to someone else. So now, think if that happens to your machine. I'm trying to communicate to one machine. What if the connection goes to some other machine? Is it secure? It's not possible, or it should not happen. That is where the environment, whatever we need, should be a closed environment. Closed means communication should be only from where I'm doing it to exactly where it wants. That's the reason they named it as shell. Okay, it does a closed, what is that? Environment. Okay, so sometimes we also call it as a nutshell. Even your nut, okay, which has a shell. So anything that you put is closed into it. So the same way, whatever the method that you are using to communicate, to your environment or to your kernel, there is a shell which is available, which is a closed environment. Okay, that's where it's much more secure. Now, on top of that, there will be certain utilities. Utilities are nothing but your commands. Okay, so whatever the command you're typing, that is what we call it as utility or some application. So this is how basically it works. So in Linux, if you take, there were very beginning, there was different shells. Okay, now in the beginning, like again a decade back, C program was one of the popular programming, C++, C Sharp. So that way, now when a developer is using it, they wanted it to be more convenient for them to do the development. So that's where they came up with a shell called C shell. And then they came up with something called Con shell, KSH. Now on the same way, now the latest one, what everyone suggests to use because of the security is Bash. Stands for Bound Again Shell. Okay. So anytime that you connect to a Linux, the shell will be a Bash shell by default. Okay. Now there are certain properties that will be varying, but as of now, all the others are kind of outdated. So most of you will not even know the difference, but still, it's just a type of shell where there are certain specific properties to it. Now, what happens is anything that you communicate in Linux goes through as a process. So again, there's not much difference between your Windows or Linux because all these things are basics. Without it, it will be difficult for you to know. So what is a process in Linux or in an operating system? Those who said Uno Linux, what is a process? What is a process? A program. Okay.
Process is a set of commands.
Process is a set of commands. Sort of correct, but not completely. Okay, in general, what is process? Forget about machine.
It's a
What is
procedure
process?
what do we follow.
Yeah, it's a procedure what we follow. So in an operating system, what is that you are doing? You ask something to the kernel. Now when I say kernel, that is the OS, and it gives you something. So anything that you are asking an OS or anything that the OS is doing is considered as a process, because anything that you call it as a process has an input, has a series of actions it will do, and it has an output, right? Anything. So now you're coming to a class. This is the process. So I have to initiate it, you come attend, and then finish, right? So that's again a process. So now in a Windows or a Linux machine, you tell something to the kernel. I want to watch a movie. I open a calculator. I write a document. I open a browser and Facebook. Guys, can you mute? So anything that you're going to do will be basically tracked as a process, because I am going to give an input to it and it will do something, right? And that is what you call it as processing. And then it's going to give me some output. So like this, whatever that you're going to do in a Linux is tracked as a process. In Windows also you have process. How many of you have seen a process in Windows? You right click, task manager, slow. So it will show you all the processes that is running here. All these things are a process. You can see anything that I'm running is a process. So whatever it is handling, that is the reason we call it as processing. So that way, in Linux or Windows, anything that you are interacting to the OS or kernel through your shell is a process. And in fact, the shell that it creates is also a process, because if I am connecting to the Linux, I open a command prompt which will have a shell. Someone else will connect to the machine. There will be a shell. Now, how will it know whatever I have asked, it should give it back to me. Whatever the other guy has asked, it should give it back to him, because each of them is also a process. So your shell that it creates is also a process. Okay, so that way everything that it is going to handle in Linux is a process. So typically when you're working on Linux, what you need to understand is connect to the shell. Internally, that is a process, and every process will have a unique ID, which is what we call it as process ID or PID. Now, why is this needed? Using this only, the operating system or the kernel will understand that this process was created by this shell, and this is what is happening currently, and this is the feedback or the output that I should. So it will be handling everything with respect to that process only. And anything that you do after that is also a process. Like if I open a command prompt, nothing but a shell, and if I type a ls command or anything I do, each and every command is also tracked as a process, and every process will have a unique process ID. Okay, so that is how the kernel will be tracking what is happening and who created the process from which terminal. Terminal means the command prompt with which you are connecting. That is what we call it as terminal. Okay. So if you just open a command prompt in the machine, it is just a command prompt. If you connect from that command prompt to a machine, it becomes a terminal, or we call it as a terminal. That way, for everything there will be a process created. So that way, when I open a command prompt or a terminal, there is a shell and there is a process created, and from there any command that I type, there will be a process created, and as soon as the command gets over, the process is also over. So it is the other way. As soon as the process gets over, it will be displayed on the screen. So the kernel is going to track everything as a process. Okay, so that way, for all the commands that we are going to run, the command prompt that we have opened or the shell we have created will be the parent ID. Okay, because that parent process will be creating multiple other process. So that is where, if you are opening a command prompt and you are running something, if you close the screen, the shell is stopped. Internally, the process which is running it is also stopped, and anything that is running in the process, your child command or script, will also get stopped. Okay, so remember, everything is a process, and every process will have a unique ID, and anything further from that process you are running something is also called as a process. But the first process is your shell, and all the others are called as child processes. Okay, now okay, I'm not going into permissions. So now, so just keep that in mind. So what I've done now is I've just created an AWS machine. So let me connect to it. So now basically I'm on my Windows machine. Okay, I'm just using git bash connect to a Linux machine. And for that, I'm using SSH. So if you have to connect from one Linux machine to another Linux machine, you're going to use SSH. Again, what is SSH? Secure shell. So this is also a shell or an environment. Why is it called as secure? Because to connect, it is going to ask us the username and password. So since it is AWS machine, I have given the name of the user, and using this PEM file, I'm passing the password. Okay. Now here, so I have now connected to this machine. Okay. So if you type PS, it will list you all the processes running by me. So right now, if you see, I am as a user called who? EC2 user. Now in this, how many processes are running? Why two? If you see, whatever currently I am running, it is a shell. What type of shell? Bash shell. So that is where I am still using it. So it is running. So this is a process. And then from this process or from this shell, I ran a command called PS, which will list all the processes. So because of that, this is also tracked as a process. So that is where at that time we had two processes. So out of this, now if you go ahead and do a PS -f, it will give you a full form. So now you can see who called this process, this user. The ID of this is 3403. Okay, and then the same way I ran this PS command. So for running this, there is a process from which process it ran. So you can now see PPID means parent process. So the parent process for this was my shell. This is how anything that you run will have a process, that you will have a process and a parent process. Okay, and every process that you run will return something called as a exit status. Using that only, the operating system or the parent shell will know that the child shell has completed or the child process has completed. So whenever you run some command, there will be an output. But now, who invoked this ps-f? Who invoked whoami or ps from this parent shell, which is 3403. So whenever these commands, whatever you are running, completes its execution, it will send a return status. Okay, there will be something like a status, which generally is some number. So by taking that status, the actual command will know whether it has been successfully completed or not. Okay, so that is how it will be tracking. So we'll talk about that deeper, but for now, just remember this much: it's a process where every process will have a parent ID and will also have a unique ID. Okay, now when you talk about this shell, which is nothing but environments, right? Now, when you come to a machine, there is something called as a variable. Okay, so in simple, variable is nothing but a place where you can store some data, which can be changing. It's not like it's going to be fixed. That's the reason we gave it as variable. Variable means varies. So what is the need of it? So there are many things in which you want to remember some value again and again. So in that case, what the operating system does is it will create some location in the memory and it will store some value. Okay, so variable is nothing but a address to find out your value. Okay, that way a variable is nothing but a location in the memory where it is going to store some value and you can reuse it whenever you want. But when it creates a variable, what operating system is going to do is it is going to create it in a process, because anything that has happening in a machine is through a process. Because if I want to communicate to the machine, it is using this shell, which is nothing but a process. So that way, whatever the environment that it is giving us is available only until this shell or process is available. Basically, this is a shell, right? Which is internally a process. So if the shell is closed, there is no such process and there will be no such environment given to us. So whatever it tracks this environment, or as long as this environment is available, I will be able to get some value from the variable. Now, in that way, if the variable is used in this shell, then we call it as an environment variable. Okay, what is it? Environment variable. Why? Because you are using it in an environment. So what is my environment in which I am communicating? A bash. So you can also call it as bash variable. Okay. So this way, if I want to create an environment variable, that will be available as long as my process is available. What is my parent process? This one, 3403. So whatever I do will be available only on my parent process. Okay, so remember that. And To put it more diagrammatically, so when I create a process, so assume that in my command prompt, it created a shell like this. Okay, so this is my parent shell or parent process. So in whenever I say shell, it is a process, right? Now, here, what is it running typically? Guys, can everyone mute, please? Okay, so now, what is it running actually here? It is running a I'm going to mute everyone now. So what is it running? It's running a bash. That is a command which is internally giving me a shell. But now, let's assume as soon as I run a ps command, what will this do? It will create a new process, and in that process, that ps command will be executed. Okay, and as soon as it completes, what will it do? It will send a return status. Then it will capture it and it will give you on the screen. Same way, any command that I run, it will be creating a new process, and inside that it will run anything. Even if I do a ls or any commands that you do will be through a process, and once it is completing, it's going to give back the return code. That way, now if I create a variable, basically you need to know where you are creating. Now you are working on this. Do you know what is this process? No, because who is creating this process? This parent process. Your bash shell is creating all these things, so you will not have a handle of this. So this way, if you are creating a variable, typically the variable will be available on this bash or this process. As long as this is available, it will be available. So now, how do you create a variable in Linux, which is nothing but a environment variable? So now, to create an environment variable, all you are going to do is all you're going to do is you're going to give variable name. You're going to give variable name equal to the value that you want to store. So when you are using a variable name, okay, it usually has to be a string. Okay, so you can use capitals, it's not a problem, but do not use any special characters. Okay, and it should not begin with the number. So it should always begin from a alphabet, and it can end with the number. So it can be a combination of what is it? Alphabet and a number, but it should not be a number only or special characters. So for example, I can say something like my name equal to Adam, or I can say my name 1 equal to Adam. So this is possible. I cannot say something like this, which is not correct. I cannot say something like this. Okay, so remember, a variable always has to begin with the alphabet, and it can alternatively have a number in it. Okay, now there is a limitation on the characters, so for now just assume anything you keep it less than 8 characters. It's a good practice. And you will say equal to, and on the right hand side the value of it. So on the left hand side is the name, right hand side is the value. Now as soon as you give this, in this shell it will create a variable and it will store. So going forward, if you want the value, you should use this variable, and this will give you the value that is stored in it. So for that, so let's say I'm going to do my name equal to Adam. So what it did, it just created and it is storing it in the memory. So if you want to retrieve the value, that is where anytime if you just say dollar and the variable name, it will give you the value. But just by saying dollar variable, you will not be able to get. So what do you want to do? So that is where you have to use that in some other scenario. So if you recall, there is a command called echo. So what will echo do? Anything that you give, it will print on the screen. So that way, if I say echo dollar variable name, whatever the value is it will print on the screen. So that way you can use it. Okay. See what happened. If I directly run dollar my name, it is converting it and it is taking it as a value. And it is like, if I run Adam, what will it say? No such command. That is what it is saying. So that's the reason you cannot directly use. So now if I say echo my name, it will give me the value stored in it. And now this will be available only until this process is available. Okay. As soon as the process is not there, it will not be available anymore. Okay. See this? I'm just switching the user. I was as root. I'm just switching the user. So it is not giving me. So it is available only on that shell. Okay. Remember, it will be available only in that shell. Got it? So this way, environment variable is nothing but a value which is stored and it will be available in the shell. So in this case, the OS also has lot of environment variables created by itself, because there are few things we create, but most of the things it will create by itself to track. For what purpose? For example, if you want to know what is the name of the machine, if it is Windows, what will you do? You'll go to my computer, you see icon, double click, you will get an image. But in Linux, everything is command prompt. So that is the reason there are a lot of things the OS will store as a variable to remember. That way, if you want to see the list of all the variables that is used by the operating system in the environment, you have to type env. So if you type env, you can see there are a lot of environment variables which are available. So out of that, one of them which we saw is the user or who am I, all those things are there. So now there is a variable called user in which it stores who is the user currently as whom you have logged in. Okay. And then if you say host, you say host name, it will return you the machine name on which you are working. Same way, if you say echo dollar shell, where shell is nothing but the environment variable name. So anything that the machine itself is creating, it will be usually in the capitals. So that way, if I say echo dollar shell, you will know it is bash. So this is how the OS stores certain values, and any shell that you create, it will immediately put that variable because it is created by the OS. But anything that we create will be available only in that process, not further. Getting it? Clear so far? But now, what will happen is, if you're opening, let's assume I am in the bash shell. But now let's assume if I run a command called once again bash, what will happen? It will create a new bash shell. So which is the parent? This is the parent. And now if I type bash, it will again create a new shell or a new process. So for this, your parent will be this one. Now, if you see, this is the parent shell and this is the child shell. Now, when you have such a thing, now all these are same example. This was parent, this was child. Now, if you create anything in the parent, usually it will not pass it on to the child or anywhere vice versa, because anything that you do in one shell or one process is known only to that process. Okay? So to understand this, now see, where am I? I am in this process called 3488. This is my parent. Now I'll say bash once again. Okay, so you didn't see the difference, but now if I do ps, do you see? This is the parent. Inside that, I created one more bash shell, that is 3545. If you want to see fully, now you see. For 3545, what is the parent? This one. So right now it is this example. I am in this. This 3545 is here. So now here, if I do something, it will not be available. Anything that you set in that shell will be available only in that shell. So if I do exit, what will happen? If you do a exit will return a status called non-zero. So anything which a process returns, if it is greater than 0, it is considered as a failure or stopped. If it is 0, it is considered as success. That way, now this process will be sending a return status to the parent saying that I have completed. That is where if I now say PS, you can see where you are. You are in the P488. So this is how any environment that you set will be available only in that shell. It will not be available on all the child shell. So if you want to create an environment and if you want to pass from parent to child, then when you are running the variable, you just have to say an additional keyword called export. Export means it will export the value by passing it from parent shell to child shell. Okay. So in this, now you see, if I say export, my name equal to Adam. Okay. So now if I create a bash shell, and let's try this here. Got it? So this is how yeah. So if I create another bash, see, one bash will create another bash. That's how it will happen. But anytime you will be interacting with only one shell. Just for example, I'm showing you, but you will not be running multiple bash at a time. Anytime, whatever you do is on this parent process. And any command that you run, that will create another process. You will be handling only this. Yes. You can create, but at a time you will not be able to work. See, right now, how many processes I have created? 2 shells I've created, but am I communicating to both? No, at any point only one. So logically, if you ask me, just to show you the example I did, so why should I create one more shell? I could have done the same thing on that. So for my example, I created, but when you do something else, that will create a new process, but you will not be in that. You will always be on the parent only. That parent will call a child process. Okay, that is how it works. What if that is going to call another command? So there will be a lot of processes. Okay. Now, in this, one more thing what you remember is the variables will be exported only from a parent to a child. It's like a hierarchy. So if your dad is rich, you will be rich. If you are rich, your dad will not be rich. Isn't it? Yes. Most of the cases, yes. So anything that the parent shell has can export it to child shell. But anything which is there in a child shell, I cannot pass it on to parent. But I can create another child and I can pass to that. That is what we call it as hierarchy. So now, if you see here, let's say export, I will say my child name. Oh my. So let's say my, what is that? Okay. My value to child. Let's say echo dollar my val, you will get it. So now if I exit and here if I do echo dollar my val, it doesn't. This is where suppose if I have created a child shell from this, that would have had the value. Okay, so I'll show you once again. Now I'm in my parent process, create a shell. Now I'm in a child process. Now here if I say export my val equal child. Okay. Now from this, let me create one more bash shell. So now I am in the child bash shell 3610, which is owned by this. Here, if I say echo dollar my value, you will get it. That way, hierarchy is parent to child, not from child to parent. Got this first? Okay. And in this, any point of time, if you're running some command, it will return a exit status, because now when I ran ls, what happened? It would have created a process. Inside that process, ls command will run, and the output of that is shown. And when it is completing, it will return a status. So that way, if I want to know the return status, there is a variable called dollar question. So when the dollar question mark says 0, that means the previous command or the process that you executed is success. Okay. That way, let's say I'm just saying ls Adam. What do you mean by ls Adam? List a file or a folder called Adam in my current folder. That way, there is no such folder or file. So now you see, if I say echo dollar question mark, it's saying a non-zero value. That means the previous command was not success. That is how the OS knows it. What will happen if I say echo dollar question mark again? Why is it showing 0 now? Because what is the previous command of this? Echo dollar question mark. Was that a problem in running it? No. So that's where it is success. Got it? Same way, if you say echo dollar dollar, that is double dollar, it is going to give you the process ID of your current process. So now, what is the process ID of the shell we are in? 3488, and that is what this double dollar is giving. Okay, got it? Okay. So now, like this, whatever you want to do, you will actually open a parent shell, and in this you will be typing your command, and for every command that you run, it will be opening a child process and it will be handling. Now, in Linux, at any point of time, I'll be able to run only one command at a time. Okay, but again, it's not mandatory that I cannot run two commands at a time. If I want to run two commands at a time, then anyone? That is the, like, for example, not quite. I am in this folder. So what I want to do is, I want to go to temp folder and create a file. So what should I do first? cd temp. So this is one command, and then I'm going to create a file, something like this. So what if I have to do two commands together? Yes. So this is where, if I go back to my home directory, so you have to use cd and whatever the command, and you can say ampersand. Okay, and then I can say touch new file. So now it is going to execute this command followed by this command. Okay, this is one way of doing it. The other way of doing it is, anyone? cd colon and okay. So where am I? Temp. It has created. So this will also work. Now, there is one more way. That is where, if you want to do some activity, sometimes just by running one command, you will not be able to get the output. Okay, so there will be a lot of commands that you have to run. So in those scenarios, one of the way that usually we do is we use pipe. So what do you mean by pipe? Pipe is redirection. What is redirection? What is redirection? What do you mean by redirect?
Redirecting our output to another command.
General, what is redirect? In general, what do you mean by direct?
Changing the direction.
So
Redirect.
redirect, show to something else. If I ask you the assignment in the morning, what did you guys do? No, sir. Problem was my net laptop didn't work. Direct to something else, right? That is what we call it as redirection. Same way, in Linux, when you want to run many commands, you would need the output of one command and take that and do some other command. So that is what you can achieve through a redirection, which is where we use the pipe symbol. Okay. For example, now if I want to count how many files or folders are there, how can I do? So this is where if I do ls, it's going to list. But if I say ls pipe and word count -l, it will list. So now you can see by combining these two commands, wherein the output of one command is given as an input to the other command, and you will be able to get. So this is one of the way that you can achieve it. But these are the things which you can do it on a normal use case. But if there are a complex thing that you want to do, which requires many commands, and it's not just many commands. So let's assume I want to run 10 commands, take the output, and I want to run another 10 commands, take the output of both, and then I want to do something else. Now, how will you start doing it? So typically now I have to run all these commands separately, at least 3 or 4 times I have to enter. Okay. So this is where in Linux, there will be a lot of things that you're going to do to your shell, and typically you have to automate all your work. So that is where whenever there is a task which involves you to run multiple commands, take the output, store it somewhere and reuse it somewhere, or you have to do it again and again. If you have to do all those things every time, you cannot do it manually. Okay? Let me tell a very simple thing. Every half an hour, I want you to run ls command and tell me how many files are there. How will you run that? So you cannot run. But instead of you, something should run. So what is that something? That is where in Linux, if whatever the commands you are running, which needs multiple things to be done, then instead of running it in the command prompt, what you are going to do is we are going to put it into a file. Okay, then run that file, so that whenever you run the file, whatever the commands that is available inside the file will start executing it, and it will execute in a sequence. What is a sequence? In an order. So that way you can use this file and you can tell what are the things you want to run, what is the sequence it has to run, and how many times you want to run. Every time I can run. So suppose if I assume I have 50 commands to run, rather than me opening a command prompt and running this 50 commands, I can give this 50 commands inside a file, and if I run the file will run me 50 commands. So that way, these files are what we call it as a script. A script is nothing but your OS command, whatever that you are running on your command prompt or on your environment. Got it? But the difference is, rather than you running it directly on your command line, you're going to run it inside a file, which is what we call it as a script. Now, in this, what kind of commands you are running there? A shell command, because whatever that you are doing is called as OS or a shell command. That's the reason that script or file is what we call it as shell script. Similar to this, Windows also we have. So if I open a Windows command prompt, what do you call that? Bash command prompt. So that way, in Windows, there is also a file, we call it as bash script, which ends with .bat, right? The same way in Linux, if you are going to have a file in which you are going to keep the OS commands, which is the shell commands, and ask it to run, then that is what we call it as a shell script. So what is the need of a shell script? It is needed to automate whatever task you want in which there are multiple OS commands that you want to run, or if there is something which you want to run again and again, you're going to use the same script. So instead of you doing it, now I can just run that script, and that script will run 50 commands, and I can just sit and watch. So that way I'm not sitting and doing everything. So it is reproducible easily, and I can run again and again, and I can give the same file to someone else, and anyone else can also run it. So that's how it is going to be easy and not just very simple. So your shell script is not just collection of command. If it was so simple, we don't need it really. But there are certain things wherein you have to put some logic to get some output. Okay, like here, whatever I'm saying, there needs to be some logic. That is where shell script is basically OS commands which you are going to run, but with some logic. Okay, so you will put some logic. Using that logic, it will run and it will give us some output. So it's not very plain or stupid enough to just give some command. So you can give some logic to it, and based on that logic, I can tell what command to run, when to run, how to run, all those things. For all those who have gone through Ansible, we were taking the concepts of condition, looping, whatever you did through the basic scripting only. Because if you recall, Ansible internally uses Python. That is what we were seeing, right? Same way, shell is another script, which is a very simple or a basic kind of scripting which comes along with all the OS. So every OS has a shell. So it also supports a shell that when you put something into it, it will consider and run. Getting it? Clear? What do you mean by shell script? Because there are many things that you're going to do in a day-to-day, which needs multiple commands to run, which needs things to run again and again. You have to put some logic and get some output. All those things are there. So you cannot always keep doing everything through pipe or other way. That is where script. Especially if you are going to run a OS command, that is a shell command, then it is simply called as shell script. Getting it? So what you can do? Anything. Anything that you can do it in a OS, you can do. So any command that you are running on this command prompt can also be run inside your shell script. Because that is, now if you understand what is a shell script, it is also a process. Because now if I create a script and if I run it, what will happen? It will create a new process, and whatever the commands that you have given, it will be running in this process. That is where when you run a shell script, it will create a process, and whatever the commands you have given inside the script will be executed inside the process. Got it? Getting it? Okay. This way, a shell script is a plain text file. Okay, it's not a binary file, it's a text file. So if you are creating a shell script in Linux, there is no naming convention. Okay, because going back to basics, in Linux everything is a file. That's the beauty, where even if someone puts a virus, it's just a file, you can delete. Okay, so that way anything that you put will be a file. Okay, so that way it doesn't matter with any extension, but in Windows it's not like that. Windows requires extension, right? So if I have a file which ends with .doc, what does it mean? Document. If I change it, will you be able to open the file? No, right? But in Linux it's not like that. You can give any name, it will still work. That way you will not be able to differentiate. See, if I keep some file like this, how will you know what is script, what is not a script? That's the reason anytime if you're creating a file which is a shell script, it's always better to end it with a .sh. So which means that it is a shell script. Okay, but there is no other meaning of that. Now if I look at a file and if I have some name, I can give any name once again. Okay, now this way it is not a variable, so I can give a number, but not a special character, but I can give a number also. It will work. So this way I can create a name .sh. So now what does it mean? It is a shell script, or the content inside it is a shell script. Okay, So it's a best practice that you have to follow. Still work. Doesn't matter. That's what I'm saying. Understanding. Now, if you have a file in Linux, by default, what are the permissions that you're going to have? Read, write, execute, right? For example, now I'm in the home directory. If I create a file called one, okay? If I want to know the type of file, if I say the command called file space the file. Now let's say I put some content into it. So there is a line called dummy line in the file. Now if I check, what does it say? It says it's just a text file. Now, typically, if you take a Linux shell script, it is also a text file, but you are going to run it. So anything you want to run in Linux, it needs to have a executable permission. If you want to read it, it should have read. This is where if you are creating a file and it is going to be a shell script, and you need to make sure it will be having a what? Executable permission. For example, now let me create a file. Okay, so I'll just call it as my script. Okay, without any extension. And in this, I will just run one command called ls. Okay, let me save this and come out. So now, if you want to call this script, this is where anything you want to call in an operating system, you will just give the command like this. Now, what is it saying? It's saying command not found, because when you run a command, what will it do? Any command you run, what will it do? Why is it okay? Now, if I type ls, how is it giving this output? Why it didn't run this? First thing is it doesn't have execute permission. Okay, because it's just a normal file. Now, how do I give the permission? Chmod plus x. Okay, now I gave permission, so it became executable. So let's say now my script, still it is not finding. Why? Because anything that you are running, it will check in the path. So if you go back to basics, now anything you run, it will search for the path variable. So that way, where is your script now? Where is the script? My current directory. What is my current directory? Home EC2 user. Do you have home EC2 user here? It is not there. So that's the reason it doesn't. So there are two ways to run a script. Either you have to give the complete path. So what is the complete path? My home directory under that. So either I can say my home directory, wherein tilde is nothing but home directory / my script. Because now it knows there is a file here. If not, the other way of running a script is I need to tell it is in my current directory. So how will I say it is in my current directory? How do you say current directory? Dot. So now if I say dot, it is my current directory / the script name. Got the difference? So now this is the only way. Now, if I have added the home directory inside my path variable, then if I just say my script, it will run. But usually, wherever you keep the script, every time you will not be adding variable. So if you have added, then you can follow. Now, for example, now I will say path variable equal to $path, which is my current value, and in that I'm going to add this. Okay, so now if I say my script, it's picking up because it knows. This is where, remember, you have to either give the full path or you have to give your current path where it is available. If not, add the path where it is available to the environment variable called path, and there it will pick. Got it? So this is how you run your shell script. So now what is happening? Inside my shell script, what do I have? ls. So now if I run my script, what is it giving? ls command. So what is ls command? It is giving this output, and that is where your script is also doing. This way, Any Linux command that I want to run, I can put into my script. Echo So here I'm just giving a sequence one after the other. Okay. You can see first command it is running ls and then it is running hello student. Got it? So it's going to run sequentially. Now this is one way of running your shell script. Now this is where what you need to know is every time you executed this, what happened was it created a new process and inside that process it ran all those things. Okay. See that now if I open my script, okay, and inside this we will say echo dollar dollar. What do you mean by dollar dollar? Process ID of the current process, right?
Running
So now see my parent process is 3715 and now if I run my script, what is happening? It is telling 3804, but is it there? No, it got completed. So as soon as it completed, there is no more ID. Got it? So that way, every script that you're running is a new process. But what kind of process was it? That is where anytime if I'm creating a new process, what is the default process set? Or what is the default shell set? What is the default shell? Bash. So every time you created, you are opening a new bash shell. Okay. Now, if you do not tell anything, it is just a plain file which is having some command and it is using the default shell. But it is always a best practice wherein sometimes if someone is using some other shell and you want to use bash shell, that is where in every script, the very first line what you're going to have is a hash bang. Call it as bang. Okay. Now what does this mean is anything followed by this is the first process which should create and all the commands under it should run in this way. Any kind of scripting that you take will be in this format. So what is this? So it means we are telling to the operating system, open a bin bash shell and inside that you run all this. Okay, got it? That is how it is going to work. So if you don't tell, what will happen? If you don't tell, what did we do now? It will use the default process or the default shell which is bash. Now here what am I doing? I am explicitly telling to use the bin bash. That's it. So if you run, you will not see any difference, but it is running using a bash shell. Got it? Hey, who's that? Can you please mute yourself? Getting it? So if you do not say, whatever say, now if I run ls command, what shell it is using? Bash shell. So the same thing inside your script also it will use. But if you explicitly tell, then it is going to use this and pick it up. So that is how now it will know this is a shell script and it needs to run using bin bash and all the commands further will be run in that shell. Okay. But now if you understand deeper, this will create one process and that process will create three processes to run each one of them. Okay. So your parent process will call this shell script. Shell script will be a process and that will call each of the command separately. Got it? Clear so far? How do you create a shell script? How do you put values in it? Now, the same way, now to understand this, here, see this first example. Okay, there is nothing. So now I will set my name equal to Adam. So it is available in my current shell. So let me open my script. So in my script, here, if I say hello, dollar, my name, sorry. Now if I run it, what is it saying? It's not printing. Why? Why it's not printing? It is churning in the child shell. So we have not exported, right? Let's see the same thing. If I say export, my name equal to Adam. And now if I run it, it is a child process it is having. But the same way, if I do anything on the shell script, I'll not be able to get. So for example, here, anything that I set here, okay? So now if I set here, so now this is available only in this process or shell. That's the reason if I run this, what is it saying? It's available only there. Now if I run it on my machine here, what is it giving? Adam. So that way, anything that you create in a process is available only in the process. You can pass only from parent to child, but not from child to parent. Okay. Now, so I'm creating a variable, and here I'll say hi war. Okay, fine. Now, hi student, working fine. Okay. Now if I say echo dollar r, what is happening? It's not printing. What happened? Now, from where did I do this echo dollar? From my parent shell. It took it up. See, get what I'm asking you? I ran the script. Where was this variable stored? In the child. That's the reason when I did echo dollar $UR, it didn't give me anything. But now I ran the same thing, and now if I'm seeing, I'm able to get. So then, was I wrong? Is the child passing it to parent? That is not at all possible. Then what is this? Magic. Obviously, there is nothing called child will pass to parent. But how is this happening here? This is where magic. The magic here is you are not telling to create a new process. Whenever you run a script, what is the Linux going to do? It will create a new shell. So that is the reason it was a child shell. But when you say a dot here, it means run on my current shell itself. Don't create another process. So because of that, whatever the content you had in the script, where did it run? The current. So that is where, what did you have inside this? What did you have inside it? These two commands. So it ran on the current shell. So if I run this on the current shell, then where is it set? My current shell. So that's the reason I was able to get this value. What the difference? So there will be certain scenarios where you don't want to do this, then you're going to use this magic. But other than that, your child cannot pass anything to your parent shell. How many of you are giving pocket money? parents. None, right? There's no charitra for that. Yeah, there are some good guys. Most of us. Anyways, getting this clear with how do you run the shell script? What is a shell script? How do you call? What is that you're going to do? Basic thing. Any questions? Okay. So in the last session, we were just trying to understand what is a shell, what is the environment variable, how is that we can use environment variable, what is the process, how does the process work, how does the process complicate, how do you pass the variables from parent to child, and in that we saw the introduction of what is a shell script, how is that you can invoke shell script, what happens when you invoke a shell script, okay, and the way that you're going to call a shell script. So in that, just to repeat quickly, so any file that you write in which you put some operating system commands, typically called as a shell script. And when you run, it is going to run it using the default shell, which will be the bash. But for any chance, if you want to change to some other shell, and that is where you have to begin your script by saying shebang and the type of shell or the executable. So anything following this or anything following this line in your script is what it is going to run using this as the default shell. Okay. So to get into actual scripting, now like how we created a variable which I was talking about yesterday. So that variable is called as environment variable. Okay. That is because we created a value and stored it in that environment, which is nothing but a process. But when you're writing a script, in the same way, you can create a variable and that will be available only as long as the script is running. Whenever the script starts running, there will be a new process created, and whatever the commands you have given inside it will be running on that process or shell. So as soon as the script gets completed, the shell or process will get completed. So that's the reason you will not be able to use it again. So that way, if you are using a variable which will be specific to the shell, then sometimes we call it as shell variables. Okay, or you can call them as local variables. So now, like how you are creating a variable through your environment, you can also create it through the script, and that will be available only until the script is running. Okay. Now, like how you created the variable on the environment, the same way, if you want to create a variable, you have to say on the left hand side variable name equal to the value that you want to store. So the examples, something like name equal to Adam, or I can also create a variable which can have a alphanumeric value. But as I said yesterday, it cannot begin with a number, or it should not be only number. Okay, then you're going to give a value. So many times, if you note the difference between this, if you are trying to store a number or a numeric value, you can just store it directly. But if you want to store a string, then it's better to give it under the quotes. Okay, and other than that, if you have seen a program, in a program there will be different types of variable, like a separate variable for storing numbers, separate variable for storing string. But in scripting, the advantage over that is there is no type of variables for that. So that way, whatever variable that we generally create, which will store some value, is called as scalar variables. So a scalar variable is nothing but a default type of variable which can store any kind of value, which could be a number or a string or a combination of both. Okay, and if I want to get the value from a variable which is a scalar variable, then I am going to say dollar variable, right? The name of the variable. So Just to see it quickly once again. Let me connect to a machine. So now, okay, there are no scripts. So let me create a script called variable.sh or var.sh. Now in this, we'll say bin bash. And now here, if I want to create a variable, like I said, I can give a variable here, or for example, I can also give a value here, which is the number. So now if I want to retrieve, I can just say name equal to dollar name, whereas echo variable one equal to dollar variable one. So now what will it do? Anywhere it sees dollar followed by the variable name, it will try to return the value. Okay. Now to run a shell script, first we need to make sure it has execute permission. Okay. And now I can run it. So you can see it clearly say that the value stored in the dollar name is this. Okay. Now when I have a shell script, okay, now what is it printing? It is printing name equal to Adam. Now I want to print the output as dollar name equal to Adam, so that I will know the value of dollar name is Adam. So now in this, if I give dollar, what will happen? So what will be the output?
Adam equal to Adam.
So it is printing Adam equal to Adam. So this is where, what if you want to get the exact string? Okay. Sometimes if you want, you can use a single quote. Okay. So sometimes when you use a single quote, it will try to give you, but most of the scenarios, if it doesn't work, then all you have to do is you have to do something called as negation. So in Linux, negation means whatever is the actual meaning, you try to reverse. So you do the negation using what? What do you do? Sorry, backslash. Okay. So this way, if you give negation, then what it is going to do is it is going to take out the meaning of dollar, because if you see dollar followed by a string, it is considered as a variable. But now I have negated the dollar, so that means it will consider dollar as dollar itself. Okay. So because of this, it is going to print dollar and name, because it will consider both of them as separate. So now you see it's going to give you the exact way. So this is how, if you want to negate something which is nothing but take away the default meaning of it, then you're going to use the backslash. Okay. So this way, these variables are called as scalar variables, which we are using it within the shell. Now, when you get into real time, it is not possible sometime to always store everything into a single variable. Okay. Now, let me take example. You are trying to write some script which is going to collect some user data and store it in some database or do something with it. Now, if you are going to store a user data, like I want to store some user data, okay, I have to store his first name, I have to store his second name, I have to store, for example, his location, his age, mobile number, whatever. Now, if I keep creating like 20, 30 variables for that, what will happen is there is that much of memory that is allocated to it, right? Because everything is stored in some memory. So like this, assume if you want to do the same activity for 1,000 users, then assume how much of variable that the shell or that process is going to capture to get everything done. So this is where our scalar variable will not be useful certain times, or you are going to use scalar variable only if you are going to store a single value, like my name, or my last name, some number, which is one value. But when you want to store multiple values, then again, when I say multiple values, it could be related, or for me, I know what I am using it for. So any kind of related value that you're going to store, if you are trying to store it together, then that variable is called as array. So array is nothing but collection of variables. Scalar variable is single, or I can put it up in this way. Array is collection of scalar variables. Okay, so that way I can say. So now using array, what you can do, instead of creating one variable and storing one value, I can create one variable called array, which is the type. It is not the name which you are going to give array. The type of variable is array, and internally it will be storing multiple values. Okay, now how can it store? So this is where, now you consider this, a scalar variable is like a individual home. Okay, so you go to a home and there will be just one door number for that, right? Suppose if you take this building, there is only one door number. But the same thing if you try to go as an apartment. The building is one, but there will be many houses in it, so each one of them will have a point saying, hey, first floor, this number. They'll be giving a individual number for that. So that will not be the actual door number. Especially if you put a post, the building will have a number, but inside the building there will be some kind of unique number, which we call it as index, like how you have page numbers in your book. Okay, so that way, how the Linux will be storing this is, it will be assigning one memory, but internally in that there will be smaller parts in which multiple values are stored. So that way it's easy to store and easy to retrieve. But if I have to retrieve, then consider the same way like how I said house number. You should know what is the exact index of it. So that is what we call it as index. Okay, so to just represent it, so consider if there is an array in which you have some box like this. Okay, I'm just putting it up. Some values. Suppose here I can store 4 values together. Okay, so let's assume I'm just storing something like this. So now this is one memory location, but internally it has 4 values. So if I want to access this, what we use is something called as index, like a page number. We use something called as index number. And for every actual value, there will be a index number. And the index number will always begin with 0. Okay. So now if you see, the first one will have the index of 0, the next one index of 1, index of 2, index of 3. So now, if earlier if there was a scalar variable, how was that you were accessing it? Assume that I had a variable. If I wanted to access, all you will do is $name, which points to the value. But now, in array, if I say dollar and whatever the variable name that you're using, so it is going to point you to the entire thing, right? But in this, what we need is a particular value. So that is where it is like, okay, in this building, go to first floor or second floor, right? That is how you're going to now use the index number. So if you want to use, then you are going to say dollar, and now in bash, you are going to use the flower bracket. Okay, someone was asking yesterday. So in the bash, you are going to use it. So now, if I want to use the index, then inside the flower bracket, I'm going to say the index number. Okay. For example, if I want the index of 0, then I'm going to say dollar completely flower bracket, and under that, inside the square bracket, I have to give the index number. So if I now say 0, this will return me A. Okay. Same way, if I say index of 1, it is going to point me to B. If I say index of 3, it is going to point me B. So that way, index will always begin with 0 and keeps going on. The same way, sometimes you can do the reverse way also. The reverse way of this is, the last one is considered as minus 1, and this is considered as minus 2. This is considered as minus 3. Okay. So sometimes you have many variables. Okay, inside the array there are many values. You don't know how many values are there. Then simply if you say index of -1, it is going to get you the last value. But if not, remember it start always from left to right in the 1 format. So if you recall Git, especially when I was talking about Git stash, I was telling you that the stash stores in the same way. Okay. So since now if you understand, in your repository, if you are storing multiple values or multiple backups, it is going to create one stash array, and inside that it is going to store as an index. So this is where when we did the stash, I was telling you that you are going to use the index of 0 or 1. So that is taken from the scripting basically. Okay. Got this? How an array works? So now, if you want to create, okay, this is accessing, but how will I create a array? This is where there are two types you can create. First, if I just say like this, then this is called as scalar variable. Now, instead of that, what I can do is simply I can say array name index equal to value, so that anything on the left hand side becomes the variable, and in case if you give index, it becomes the array's specific index, and anything on the right hand side of the equal is considered as value. So the same thing, if I have to represent or create, then I have to create array of 0 equal to what? A. Array of 1 equal to B. So like this, I have to give all the value. Got it? So this is what we call it as defining a variable. This is also a defining a variable, but here we are defining the array with a specific index. Got it? Getting it? What is an array? How to create it? So let's see an example with this first. Okay. So I'm creating a file called array.sh. Okay. Is it visible or you want me to change the screen? Black. Oh. Is it better? It's not good. Is this better or white is better?
White is better, Adam.
Okay. So now, in this example, what I have done, I am creating a array with index 0 and assigning orange, and index of 1 is apple, index of 2 is grape. And now specifically if I want, if I say dollar name of 0, what will it give? It will give me the first value. If I say dollar name of 1, it is going to give me which one? Apple. Okay. Now, mode x array Okay, it's a mistake. Problem is, it is considering dollar name as different and it is considering 01 as different. That is the reason you have to use bracket. So if you note, by default now, if you say dollar name, what is it giving? It is giving you the first index by default. Okay, so dollar name represents dollar name 0 index. Now if I run, do you see? So you can specify a variable. So this is called as defining it, and here you are using it. Okay, clear? Now here, what we are doing is we are assigning one by one, and we are trying to use the value one by one. For certain reasons, what if I want to get all the values? Suppose I want to see all the values which is available in the variable called name. Okay, then there is an option where instead of saying the index number, if you say star or at the rate, it is going to give you all the values that it is stored. Okay, now see, here I'm going to say all values, and here say name, and in the square bracket let's say star, finish the square bracket quotation. Okay, so star means what in Linux? Everything, match everything. So that way it is going to match all the indexes and it is going to show you. So now see the difference. So it is printing me all the values separated by space. Got it? So this is how now, in the same way, rather than creating variable one by one, we can also create one array at a shot and put all the values inside it. Okay. So if you want to do in such a way, then when you're creating a variable, you're going to create it in this way. Okay. So now let me do the same. So I will create. So let me delete this, for example. And now if I create, so let's say I'll say name equal to, and in the brackets, I can give space separated, like how it was giving us the earlier message. So I can say orange, purple. Okay. So this is called as again initialization, but your initialization, all the value that is needed for you in one shot. Okay. You see, takes the same way. Yeah. Earlier I was storing one by one. Now I am storing everything together. That is the difference. Got it? Now, here, whenever you have a variable, whether it is a scalar or an array, if you try to store value again, whatever the earlier value is there, it will replace it. Okay. Now, for this, let me go to the first one variable. Here, what did we do? We are trying to print. Now, once again, what I will do is, I will say variable 1 equal to 20, and then let's print here. Okay. So what I'm doing, assigning this, printing it first, then once again I assign, this will overwrite the value whatever it is available. So now if I print, variable 1 will be 20. Okay. You can see first it was 10, but after assigning it became 20. Same way, in an array also, if you try to replace or if you try to add the value, see what happens. Now, if I say name of index 1, equal to, what should I say? Cherry. Okay. And now, when I'm printing everything, let's see what it is printing. You can see the first index has been overwritten. So that is where any point of time, if you have a variable assigning, if it already has a value, it will overwrite with the existing. Got it? So it's overwriting here. Same thing, it is overwriting here. So whatever is the latest is what it is going to take. Got it? Getting it? What is an array? How do you store? How do you use it? Any questions on this? On what is scalar variable, what is array? So depending on your need, you should now know if you're going to store a single value, use it as a scalar. If you're going to store multiple values, then you're going to use it as a array. Okay, and again, it's how you define decides whether it is a scalar or the array. Okay. Okay, let's talk about this special a little later. Now, what is that you're going to do with all these values is, if you remember yesterday I said you're going to apply some kind of logic and do certain things. This is where you're not just going to create a variable with some value and store it, but using that, there will be various operations that you can do. That way, if I give you some data, you can do a lot of operations with it, right? Suppose if it is a number, I can do arithmetic operation. If it is a string, then I can do some comparison operation, right? So the same way, there are different kinds of operators which is available in a script, and especially in shell script is also the same. So now, what do you mean by an operator? An operator is nothing but you will pass two values or more than two, and it will do some operation on it and return you the value. Okay, so that is what we generally call it as an operator. And any operator you are going to use, you need minimum of two values. Okay, and those two values are called as operands. Suppose if I want to add, then I need minimum of two numbers to add. Wherein to add, what will you use generally? Plus, and that plus is what we call it as operator. So that way, there are various operators available in script which we can use. Okay. So now, let us try to see one by one. So the first type of operator is arithmetic operator. So what do you mean by arithmetic operator? Operator using which you can do arithmetic operation. So what are the arithmetic operations? Addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, modular, right? All those things are called as arithmetic. So that way, now, if you have a script and if you want to do some operation or use an operator, you need to have minimum of values. So from where are you going to get the value? From your variable, whatever you have. So that is where, for various purpose, you are going to store some values into the variable, and during runtime, whenever you want, you're going to use the operator and do certain operations. So in that, what we are going to see is the arithmetic operator. Okay. Now, when I'm going to use arithmetic operator, let us see the syntax here. So, whenever you are using this operator, then you need minimum of two values. So that is where you are going to use your first value, what operator you are going to use, followed by the second value. Okay. Now, if I ask you to add two number, you will say 1 plus another number, right? The same way, here we are going to store the values in a variable and add or subtract or multiply two variables. Getting it? So if I want to do something, I will create two variables. What kind of variable? Scalar variable. and those scalar variable I will be passing it to the operator and do some operation. So this is where the syntax is the value 1, what operator you are going to use, and the value 2. Now, when you are doing some operation, if you understand, first it has to operate it, take the value and pass it on to you. Okay, or typically what we mean is that return the value. So this is where if you want to perform any kind of arithmetic operation, only arithmetic, then what you're going to do is you are going to basically use the backticks. Backticks is just below your escape button. There will be some tilde. Just below that, there will be a small, not a single quotes, but something similar to single quotes. Just below your escape button, you can see. So that is what we call it as backtick. Now, in Linux, anything you give within a backtick will be first evaluated, and whatever the output it is giving, that it is going to return, so that if you want, you can store it wherever you want. This way, now for running the arithmetic expression, you are going to use the keyword called expr, which stands for expression. So any kind of arithmetic operation you are doing, you are going to use expr followed by what is the first value, what kind of operator you are using, and what is the second value. And whatever the value that it is returning or this is giving, you can return and store it into a variable only if you use backticks. So by using backticks, it is going to store the value whatever or return the value whatever the command inside it which you are running. So in general, you can just run backticks, some OS command, and it will return the value of it which you can store. Same way, now if our interest is to do some expression or perform an arithmetic operation, then you are going to use exp. Okay. Okay. So now let's take some example. So this is where if I want to add a number or two number, so in this script, what is that first I'm doing? I am creating a variable called variable 1, 30, and variable 2 is 20. Okay. Now this is where if I want to add these two variables, then I'm going to say expr variable 1 plus variable 2 and within quotes. So what will happen now? This will add these, and whatever the value it is going to return, it will be stored into this add variable. So now in this example, if I say add value, what will be the adds value? 30 plus 20, 50. So any expression that you're going to use the expr. Okay. Got it? Getting it? Any arithmetic operations you have to perform, you have to use backticks, and under that expr and what values you want to operate and what is the operator. So plus is an operator for doing arithmetic operation, and these two are what? Operands. The same way, if I want to subtract numbers, what will I do? I have to say expr variable 1 minus variable 2, and that I am going to store it in the new variable called sub. That means anything on the left hand side is the variable, equal to right hand side is the value, but it is not a string. So that is where anything you give under backticks, it is going to evaluate. While evaluating, you are telling it is an expression you want to run. So that is how it is going to store the value of subtracting these two into a variable called sub. Same way. Now, if you want to multiply two numbers, you are going to use star. But in Linux, star means some other meaning. So that is where, especially when you are going to multiply, you are going to say slash star. And what will it do? Now it will consider it as multiplication. So like what I said negate sometime back, you are going to negate the star. then it is considered as multiple. So now you can see expr first variable star second variable. That means it is going to multiply both the numbers. Okay. Then if I want to divide two numbers, then you're going to use forward slash. That way expr first variable slash or forward slash divided by second variable. Got it? Now, what does this sign represent? This sign represents, you come here, modulus. So what is modulus? What is modulus?
Reminder of the division.
Reminder of the division. For example, if I say pi divided by 2, so modulus of pi divided by 2 is, reminder is 1. 1. What is reminder? 2 will go 2 times, which is 4. So pi minus 4 is 1. So the remainder is 1. So modulus now, if you do this way, that is 30 divided by 20. Whatever is the remainder, it will round it off and it will give it. Okay. So remember, modulus means remainder. And now, if I use a single quotes, sorry, if I use a equal to single equal to, what does this mean now? Whatever you have on the left hand side is the name of the variable, and whatever on the right hand side is the value. And in the value, what I have given? $var1. So what is $var1? 30. So that is going to be stored. So this is how you are storing value of one variable into another. So this is called as assignment. You are just assigning value of one variable to another. Okay. So now let's try this. Okay. So I'm just giving this. H mod plus X. Okay. So you can see now we have 30 and 20. So 30 plus 20 is 50, and then 30 minus 20 is 10, then 30 into 20, 600, and then what is this? Reminder, no, this is divisible. 30 divided by 20, 1 times it, and modulus is 10. 1 time it goes, and after that remaining you have 10. Okay. And now, what is the value of variable 3? 30, because it is storing the value of variable 1. Okay. Getting it? Now you got, if you want to add, so you can add more than 2 values also. If you have to add more than 2 values, then I will say plus, and I will add another variable. Okay. So now let's take a simple example. How will I take average of 3 numbers? So now assume I will give you 3 variables. So that way, try writing a script which will create 3 scalar variable and store 3 values, define 3 values, and try to run a command or a process by which you are going to calculate the average of it. So what do you mean by average? What is average? Total sum divided by the total number. So that way, create 3 variables, scalar variables, and in that if you do some calculation, that is what I want to see what script you can write. So using the script, finally it should display saying average of these numbers is this. So it should print me the average. So how can I do this? So first you have to define variable 3 and then you can add 3 and then divide it by 3. Can you try? Got this? So you're just going to say create 3 variables and expr of 1 plus 2 plus 3, that you're going to say it as sum. Then average of that is nothing but expr dollar sum divided by 3. So if I run this, it is saying average of 1 comma 2 comma 3 is, that is 1 plus 2 plus 3. How much is that? 6. 6 divided by 3 is 2. So the average is, okay, got it? How to use arithmetic operations? Clear? Okay. Now, like the arithmetic operation, there are various other operators that we have. So like I said, there is something called as relational operators. Relational means I can check whether one value is greater than other value, or one value is lesser than other value, or one value is equal to another value or not equal to. So there are a lot of things we can do. Okay? Same way, there are certain operators specific for string. So like what we used, can you use arithmetic operation on a string, or you can do arithmetic operations only on numeric values. Can I take two values like Adam and some other name, and can I do some addition or subtraction on it? So that is the reason arithmetic operation is done only on numeric values. So whereas if you have a string, once again we will do certain things like check whether it is equal to or not equal to, or if it is empty or not empty. Those kind of things we can. Before we get into it, if you want to use, unlike arithmetic operation, if you are going to use relational operator or string operator, there should be a need for it. See, if I'm going to do a addition, that means I need that value. But if you are going to say that you are going to compare some values, when are you going to compare? Only on a specific need. This is where, other than your arithmetic operation, all the other operations, you are going to use it on certain conditions. Okay? Because do something, I might need to check whether values are equal, or values are not equal, value is greater than or lesser than. So that is where, for regular arithmetic, you don't have to, I can directly do. But these kind of things, you're going to use it on a different purpose. So before we see this, let us understand what is that condition. So that way, take a script, okay? So there is something called as decision making, okay? So what do you mean by decision making? So typically, so far, there was a command. If you run or if you have commands in sequence, shell will execute everything line by line. Okay, that is what we were seeing. But now, for certain reason, you want to choose whether to run or not run, depending on some need, then there is a condition that we can, which is what we call it as decision making. Decision making means I will decide whether to run it or not. So that way, if I say, if I'm running a shell script, for example, I want shell script to print me something. So when it should print, I should decide. So if I have to decide, how will I tell that to script on what condition or on what basis that it has to print it? So that is where, if you want to do a decision, then for that we need to give something called as a condition. So if you give a condition to the shell script, and depending on the condition, it will decide whether to execute a set of commands which you are allocating to it. So that way, instead of running each command line by line, you can also group a set of commands which we call it as statement. A statement is nothing but group of lines which you are going to run. So that way, I can tell the shell script, okay, I will give you a condition. Based on that condition, I will tell you whether to run this group of lines or not. So that way, this process is what we call it as decision making or conditions. So now, if you are going to have a condition, if you look at this, as the diagram says, so far what you did, you just gave everything line by line. Instead of giving everything line by line, for a particular line or a group of line, I can give some condition. Okay, and only if the condition is met or only the condition is success, it will go and run the code whatever you have given inside it. If the condition is not matching or it is not met, it will never execute the line. So it will skip that lines and it will go to the next line. Okay. So this is how, rather than running sequentially line by line, you can have group of lines together, and for that you can tell a condition. Okay. So as the diagram says, for example, like you can put it up here. So just assume in your script you will have something like this: line 1, line 2, line 3, like this. Okay. When you are going to execute, it is going to execute line 1, line 2, line 3. Now, I can choose any one line or group of line, and let's assume that I have line 4. Now, if I want, I can choose these two lines as a group, and I can give a condition. Okay. And for this condition, I will say these two lines are part of it. So now what will happen? After executing line 1, it will come and try to execute these two. But since this is under the condition, first it will check whether the condition is met or condition is success. Only if it is success, it will go inside and run them. Suppose if the condition is not success or not met, then it will skip these lines, and after this, it is the line 4, so it will directly execute the line 4. So this way, you can set conditions and decide how the script should work. So whether a script should run certain lines or skip that certain lines. Okay, that is what we call it as decision making. Now, remember, when you are having a condition, this is where in this condition you are going to use all the expressions that we were seeing so far. That is, I can use relational, or I can use comparison, okay, or I can use arithmetic also. So if you are using a relational operator as a condition, for example, now I will give a condition saying, okay, check whether there is a variable. If that variable has a value greater than 10, so I can give a condition here, some variable greater than 10, something like this. So now, only if this condition is met or the condition is success, then it will be executing. So that way, whatever that operator that you are using, if it is returning success, because when you use an arithmetic operator, if I add two number, what is that I'm going to get? Some additional value. If I subtract, I'm going to get a subtracted value. But if I compare something like this, what I'm going to get? I'm not going to get anything. That is where if you use the condition with these expression, when this expression is matching expected as what we had given, then it will be returning true or false. Okay. So true means the condition is matching. False means condition is not matching. Okay. So this way, for example, if my first line I had given variable is 20, something like this. So now what will happen? Is this condition true? Variable is greater than 10, so it will go inside, it will run. So that way, whatever the expressions that you are going to give inside it, if it is returning a true, it will execute. If it is returning a false, it will not. Okay. Now, not only that, you can also use 0 or a value. Like, for example, instead of this, what if I use an arithmetic operation something like this? Now, what will this return? What will this return? 20, right? So that way, in shell scripting, any non-zero or any non-null value is considered as, okay. So if you are going to get a value not a 0 and not null, null means what? Empty. There should be some value. So if there is a some value and if it is not a 0, then it is called as true. So even in that condition, it is true. For example, is this condition true? 20 plus 10, 30. Is it a non-zero value? Null value? No, it is a value. So it is okay. But what if I say something like this? 0. So 0 is considered as false. So it is not a value. Okay. Not only that. Now, what if I directly give 0? 0 is also false because 0 means, see, do some operation, it is being written. But here I'm not doing any operation. I'm directly giving the value. So 0 means false. If I give 10, so anything which is a non-zero is considered as, okay. So remember, anything which is non-zero or a non-null is considered as true. In case if you are using arithmetic or you are doing directly. But if you are using any other operation like relational operational, then if it is true, only then it will be executed. Got it? Getting the point here? What do you mean by conditions and expression? So now, to perform a decision making, there are different kinds of syntax available. Okay? So depending on your need, we can use any one of them. So in shell scripting, typically there are 4 types. Okay, so we call it as if statement, if else, or nested if. And there is one more called as case. So we will see that one by one. Okay, but first, clear with what is a condition. So you're going to decide whether to run or not. This is where the first expression what you have or the statement is called as if. Okay, so the syntax to use this is you are going to say if square bracket, and under that you are going to give a expression and close this by semicolon, then and end the condition using F5. Okay, so here you are opening it, here you are closing. Now between this you are going to give whatever code lines that you want. So that way, if this expression is returning a non-zero or it is returning true, then it will execute this content. Okay. If not, anything after this, it will start executing. Got it? So this is one of the first syntax. So when are you going to use? So you are going to use where, okay, if my condition is true, do this. That's it. I'm just telling, hey, if this is your condition, if you match your condition, just do that. That's all. Okay. So now take this example. So I'm going to write a script now. So let's understand this script first. Okay. So now you can see this is defining or declaring a variable, and I'm declaring another variable. Okay. Now here the first thing I'm saying, now if you see, this is one line, this is second line, but after this you do not have an actual line. What you have a if statement, which is nothing but checking for a condition, and this condition is getting ended here. So that means anything under this will get executed if this condition is. So that way, what is that I've given as the expression? Dollar variable one. So what is dollar variable one? 10. So what is 10? True. So that means this condition is. Then what will happen? It will come inside and it will say print 1 got a true expression value, and then it is going to just print this value. Okay. Now, okay. Now once this is done, the next line again I have a condition. Now this is where if you go back, I am using a, what is that? Comparison expression. So if I want to compare two numbers, then I'm going to use double equal. Remember, I should not use single equal. If I use single equal, it becomes assigned. So anything on the right hand side will be assigned to left hand side, like this. Okay. So now, what is the condition here? Variable 1 is equal to variable 2. What is variable 1? 10. Variable 2, 0. Is it equal? No. So the condition is not true. Because of that, it will never execute this. So it will come at the end here. So after this, what is the line? Again, you have one more line. So now, again, I'm doing a condition. So this is where double equal to is for comparing is equal to. What if I want to check not equal to? So that is where you are going to say exclamatory mark equal to, not of equal. So this way, is variable 1 not equal to variable 2? Yes, condition is true, so that will come inside and it will execute. Okay, and then after executing it, it is going to run the last line, which is nothing but was the end of, just to understand. Okay, now what I'll do, I'll put a little tweak here. So I'll just say, so I'm just putting some condition like this so that you will know what it is printing. Okay. So now this way at least you know this is going to first run this. If it doesn't run, then it will come here and then check for the condition. If it doesn't match, then it will come here. Okay. So let's take this. I'm just creating a file called if.sh. Okay. Now, mode this next. Now compare these two. So first, it is coming here, it is executing this line. Next, it is checking for the condition. Is it true? Yes. Because of that, it is executing the next line. Okay. After that, I'm printing echo variable 1. So it completed. Once this is finished, it is coming to the next line. So it is printing equal to. And then I'm again checking for a condition if variable 1 is equal to. So that is where it is not equal to. So it skipped and it went to the next one. So you can see it is running. And after that, it is checking the condition. Again, it is not checking. Again, it is going to make sure it is fine. Yes, it is fine. It is true. So because of that, it is going inside and it is running this. And post this, it is coming to the next line. This is how when the condition is not met, it is going to completely skip whatever is available here. Okay. So this is what we use to put a single condition, wherein you can say if the condition is met, do it. That's all. Okay. Getting it? So if the condition is met, if not, now that is where we haven't told, okay, if the condition is met, do this. If the condition is not met, what are you going to do? So we didn't tell anything. So that is where in the if statement, we basically have one more kind of statement, which is called as if else. So else means what? Else means something else. So now the first type, what we said, if a condition is met, do something. If not, do nothing. Just come out and start with the next statement. Whereas if I have a requirement which if I have to tell if my condition matches this, my condition doesn't match, do something else. So that way you will have both the things because any one of them will definitely run. If a condition is matching, it will do. If the condition is not matching, definitely it will run something else. So this is where whenever you have a requirement in which you want to do something if the condition matches, and if it doesn't matches something else, then you are going to use additional keyword called else. So for that, syntax is instead of just giving the statement, you are going to again use else, different set of statement, and fi. So now what will happen? If this condition is met, it will execute this statement. If the condition is not met, whatever you have given in the else, it will be. Okay. Now, if I go back to this program, what we have now here, see, instead of running one more condition, I can directly do one thing, which is, so here I will say like this. Okay. So now what is that I'm saying? First, check if variable 1 is equal to 2. If it is, then run this. If not, else just come and do this. That way I know if it is equal, it will run. If it is not equal, definitely it is not equal. Then I'm going to run this. Got it? So this is how you can give else. Sometimes it is easy. You can reduce too many if conditions. If it is success, it will do one part. If it is not, it will do other parts. Okay. And once it is complete, it will then complete to the next line after your closing the condition. Okay. Now see this. So it says variable 1 is not equal. That is because this condition is not matching. Now let's change the same. See this? I'm making it equal. So now what will happen? This condition will match. So it is going to run this and it will skip this because the condition is met. You can see here running this. That is how, depending on your need, you can tell which to run, which one not to run. So here, if the condition matches, the first statement will run. If it doesn't match, it will just blindly run it. Getting it? Difference? Online? You guys getting it?
Yes, Adam. Yeah.
Yes, Adam.
Yes, Adam.
Okay, now here again, in certain scenario, see, it is blindly checking this. If not, it is going to do this. But what if there is a requirement where you want to check that also of the condition? See here what is happening in the if else. If this is not met, blindly it will run. But what if I want to check that also? Wherein this is where you might have one more condition. What I'm saying, if my first condition doesn't match, check for my second condition. So in that case, here instead of using else, I can use something called as else if, okay, which is called as elif. So now what is elif? First, run this condition. If it is not matching, come to this. This is else. But in the else, you again have a condition. So it will check whether this condition is matched. That way you are not just saying else do this. If this condition is not met, else check for this condition. That way you can have more than one condition. And suppose if this condition matches, it will execute. In case if this condition also doesn't match, then it is going to run the third one. So like this, I can have any number of else. But remember, there should be only one else. Got it? What is it? I can have any number of else if, but there should be only one else. Because else means what? If nothing works, then you do this. That means if none of this condition match or true, then you do this. Okay? Got it? So now, let's take a simple example. Now in this example, what I want to do is, okay, if I give you a number, I want to check whether it is greater than or lesser than. If not both, what is the next thing? It should be equal to. Only three things, right? If you take a number, either it should be greater than the other number, lesser than the other number, or equal to. So this is where I can use the condition. Here you can see I'm defining two variables. So the first condition, what I'm saying, if variable 1 is greater than. So this is where now I'm not comparing. I am trying to do a relational operation which is greater than. So if you want to check if one value is greater than other value, then you are going to use hyphen. GT stands for greater than. Okay. Now, is 3 greater than 2? Yes. So that means it will go inside and it will run this. And now once it is run, none of them will work. So it will just come to the last line. So here I can say end of script. Okay. Now, what if I make 3 3? Then is variable 1 greater than variable 2? No. Okay. Then this condition is not met, so it will skip and come to the else part. But in the else, you also have a condition. That's where you are going to give else if together. Now in this there is other condition, and now hyphen lt means less than. So this way, is variable 1 less than variable 2? No. If it was, then it is going to execute. So this way now, this condition is also not met. This condition is also not met. So typically it will come to the else part and it will run this. And once it is finished, it will come. Okay. So this is how you can give multiple if in an else if, but there should be only one else. And remember the syntax, you're opening a if and you're closing this if. Under this, I can give another condition and else. Okay, got it? So now let's run this and check. So I'll just give elif. So now h4 plus x. So what it should say? Variable 1 is equal to variable 2 because we had 3 and 3. So that's why the last condition is met. Now let me change the value. Now which one should it execute? It should execute the first one. You can see matching the first one. That's the reason it is skipping these. Now first condition doesn't match, second condition matches, it will run that. Got it? So this is how you can use the conditions accordingly, so that if one condition is not there, you can use another condition to match. Okay. In that, now if I go back, where let's see the comparison operator, whatever we used. Okay. So now you can see either I can say hyphen UQ or double equal. Both are one and the same for a numeric. If I want to check not equal to, then I can say hyphen NE, which is equivalent to saying exclamatory equal. Okay. But if it is greater than, I will say GD. If it is less than, LD. If you want to check greater than or equal to, then you are going to say, if you want to check it is less than or equal to, then you are going to use LP. Okay, got it? So now in this, you are actually using a logical operator. So what is logical operator? You are going to decide two things. Now in this, there are two conditions. One is greater than or equal to. Okay, this is where if you are using or logical operator, then if any one of them is true, it will be the total as. Okay. If both are true, still it is true. But if both are false, then it is going to be false. So that way, that's the reason we say greater than or equal to, so that any one should be good. So now see here. Okay. So now in this, now I'm going to write here. What will I say? If dollar variable 1 is less than or equal to dollar variable 2, I'll just say it worked. So now, is variable 1 less than or equal to variable 2? Yes. What is that? Is it less than? Yes. So that way that first condition works, right? See this? So it says it worked. So now let's try to use once again. I'll make this as 21. So is it less than? No, but it is equal to. So even then the condition will work. It says it worked. Same thing now. I'm just adding one more value. So is it less than or equal for both of them or not? So that way totally it will not run this. Got it? Yes, it is important. Space is important. Getting this? How do you use logical operator? So this is where I was telling you earlier. For arithmetic operation, you can directly use. Whereas if you are going to use logical operator, then it has to be used only in a condition or some other scenario. Okay, because I cannot directly use, because what it is going to return is a true or false value. Got it? Clear with if, else if, or else statement. Now there is one more condition, if you remember, which I told is okay. Now we didn't see string comparison, right? So far, what we used is only numeric comparison. So in this example, if you see, I want to have a variable called Adam and the other variable called M. If I want to compare these two, then I'm going to use equal to or not equal to. Okay. So this is where you're going to use this for string. Okay. So for a string, hyphen equal or hyphen ne will not work. Okay. So you're going to use. Okay. So now I can compare it. So it says string doesn't match. Why? Because exactly if you see variable 1 is not equal to variable, whereas here is the condition 2, no. That's the reason it is not matching. But what is the condition I'm seeing? Now I'm telling check whether variable equal to variable 2. Is it? Is variable 1 not equal to variable 2? Yes. So that way condition is getting the point here. See, the condition itself I am putting it in such a way to give me true. So is this variable not equal to variable 2? Yes, it is true. So that's the reason it is printing string doesn't match. That is for numeric. For string we are going to use. Okay, getting this? Now the last thing that I wanted to show for that condition is switch. So in some scenarios you might not have a condition, but you will have some pattern which you want to check. Okay, so whenever you have such a scenario where you want to set a pattern, and if it matching the pattern, instead of giving a expression, I can give some pattern. Pattern is nothing but a string. If it matches that string, it can go ahead and do certain activity accordingly. So this is where you can say the statement as syntax is case. You give a variable name here and you say in. So what it is going to do, it is going to compare if this value of the variable is matching any one of them, and accordingly it is going to work. That way, for each pattern, you are going to say pattern value and what is this? A half bracket and followed by whatever the statement. And to end this, you are going to say, if it matches this pattern, it will run this. If it matches this pattern, it will run this. But what if none of the pattern matches? That is where, like else, you are going to give a star. So what does star represent? If nothing matches, you come here, match everything. Then whatever you give here, it will work. So that is where you are going to say stack to. Okay. To just give you a simple example in understanding, let's take this. So now if you see, I'm creating a variable called variable1 and I'm opening a case wherein I'm saying case dollar variable in. That means I'm telling check whether the value of this variable is in any one of this. So now here how many patterns I have? One. That means if any of the value matches corresponding pattern, it will run whatever you have given inside it. So that way, if my value is 1, this will match. Then it will come inside and it will run number 1. And it will not do anything. It will come to the end. In case if it matches 2, it will run this and come out. So if none of the value matches, then it will come and run not in 1. Okay. See this? Okay. Now let's run this. So now let me run this. So what is it printing? 1 because it matched this. If I change the value this to 3, so now this is going to match the third pattern of the value and it is going to print this. You can see. Now if I change it to something else, okay, then none of them will match, then the star. Star means everything. So that way if none of the previous one matches, come here and run it. Say not in. Got it? This way, what I want you to remember today is if there is a condition to do some activity, then you're going to use any of the statement depending on your need, like if, or else, or switch. And in that, you're going to give certain expressions. It could be a arithmetic expression or it could be a relational expression. And accordingly, you're going to match it. Okay. Now, this is needed to actually do something. So this is where you are applying some logic. Okay. So like this, we need to know there are a lot of other things in the logic. Once we know all those things, then we can write a real script where I will do a condition, I will decide, I will do some mathematics, generate some value and other. There is little more things called loop and other things which we will be seeing it one by one. Okay. Any questions so far on what is a variable and what is a condition and what kind of operations you can perform?
So in the if statement, we need to put the square bracket with the semicolon. That is syntax, right?
Where?
When we use the if, right? Any condition we are putting, so we need to put the condition in the square bracket with the semicolon, right?
Yes, this is the syntax for bash. Okay, so that's what we are seeing. First, the syntax. Yes,
But some places I seen that we are putting the normal bracket, right?
where?
Without semicolon, without semicolon. Some of the script in my company I see.
Yeah, the shell might vary. So if you go back and see, they might be using sh instead of bash. Okay, so this is one of the syntax we are going to use. So whatever we are using is a bash shell. So there will be small difference between shell to shell. What we are using is bash shell, and this is the default syntax. Okay, in the last session, we were trying to understand the script, the condition, and in that there are different templates that we saw. We saw about if condition, if else, that is, if a condition doesn't match, what it has to do. Suppose if you have more than one condition, then we saw how we are going to use if, else if, and we also saw something called as switch statement, wherein if you have multiple pattern that you have to match, then you can use. So to continue the same thing, in a scripting, there is something called as loops. Okay. So what do you mean by a loop? A loop is nothing but a circle. There are several situations or scenarios where you might have to run some commands or some statements. So now when I say statement, what is it? It is a line of execution. So if I have to repeat it again and again, then we call it as.
Above started. Huh?
Hey, who's that? Can you please mute? Okay. So we're going to rerun the same set of commands again and again. Okay. So then we call it as a loop. A loop is nothing but repeating the same line of commands again and again. Okay. And every time you run it, it is called as one iteration. Iteration means one time that you are completing it. Okay. This way, you're going to keep on running it as long as you want. For example, I want to print a number. If I want to print a number 10 times, then are you going to give echo 10 times? No. If I keep doing it, it's kind of you're doing too much of actions. So that is where loop will be helpful, wherein you can repeat one line or a group of line again and again. So now you can just consider it like how we had a condition. So yesterday, when we had a condition, what did we do? For a condition, we had a block of statement. Block means group of statement. So if the condition matches, it was executing. If the condition doesn't match, it will come out and go to the next line. There is little change in lupus. You are going to have something similar where after it completes, it is not going to continue for the next line. It is going to go back to the same line of code and repeat doing it again and again. As you can see here, it is going to run. But how is that it is going to run? That is where you are going to give a condition. Like how for if you gave a condition, if you want to have something called loop, there is a syntax and you are going to give a condition. But the difference is it is not going to just run once and come out. It is going to keep on running until the condition is met. That means first it will come, it will see whether the condition is true. If the condition is true, it will go and run the code. After it completes the code, it will go to the next line. It will once again come back to the condition and it will check whether the condition is again true. If it is true, again it is going to run. So this is how it is going to repeat the tasks again and again. So this is where we need to choose how long it is going to run and what is the condition which will make this line or the code or block of statements to run again and again. So that's what we call it as loops. So in simple, running something again and again. Okay. So just show you in a simple way. Suppose if I have line 1, line 2, and now yesterday we gave some if and condition and then some statements. Okay. Nothing but let's say line 3, line 3, line 4, if, and then line 5. So here what happened? If the condition is matching, it is going to come here, execute, and then finish. If not, it is going to directly go to line 5. But now, in the concept of loop, we are going to use some condition, and we will see what is the syntax. But the logic here is, okay, it will come here. Is the condition matching? Yes. So it will execute all those things. But instead of going to the next line after it is completing, it will once again go back to the beginning. And again, it will check for the condition. This way, what will happen? You will be able to rerun this again and again. So that is where you need to know what is the syntax you have to use, what is the condition you have to use, such that it is going to repeat it itself again and again. So only when the condition is false, it will not run, it will then come again. So it will come here and it will continue with this. So until the condition is true or matching, it is going to run again and again. Okay, that is what we call it as loop. So like how we had different statements or we had different syntax for if, the same way when you say loop, there are multiple ways you can achieve the loop in a shell script. Okay, so in that way there is first one type of loop which we call it as while. Okay, now if you can see the diagram, what do you mean by while loop? So you can see here in the while loop, the condition is, now yesterday what we had, if condition, finishing it free. Now in this, if we are going to have while some condition and then followed by that do, done, and between this do and done your statements. So that means when the condition is true, do this. Okay, and once it is completed, it will go back to the condition again, check. So like this it is going to keep running. Now whenever the condition is going to fail, it is going to come down and continue with the rest of the things. So that is where you can see in the diagram, you will have a while condition. Once it matches, it will go to the code, and once the code is finished here, it will again go back to the condition, and again is the condition matching? Yes, then it is going to keep repeating it, and when the condition fails, it will go to the next line whatever we have. But what is specific in the while is, like how you had if, only when the condition is matching, it will even go for the first time. When the condition is not even met once, then it will not even go once inside. Okay, so this is where while means what? While the condition is true, do this. That is what the meaning. So until or while the condition is true, it is going to always run this. While the condition is not true, done. That means nothing else to run. It will complete and proceed further with the next line of code. Okay, so now, so let's take this example. So in this example, if you see, okay, let me now take this example. Okay, now you can see I'm creating a variable called count and I'm putting it as 0. So what I want to do is I'm just trying to print numbers from 0 to 9. Okay, so this way, what is the condition that I'm giving here? While count is less than or equal to 9, do, what is this? Print count equal to $count. And once that is done, it will complete. Now here I'm going to say echo end of script. So that way, when the condition is going to fail, it will then come here. So as soon as it completes this, what will it do? It will again go back here. Now, if I want, I can give one line or multiple lines. Okay. So let's try this. Okay. So file. Okay. What is happening? Can you guess what is happening? Yes. So let's analyze. So I've mentioned count equal to 0. Okay. It is coming here. While the condition is true, go inside and do this. Okay. Is the condition true? What is count? 0. Is 0 less than 9? Okay. That means it will come inside and run this. Okay. After it finishes, what will it do? It will go back here. Now, once again, is the condition true? Yes, so it is coming. So this way, what is happening? It is running again and again and again. So there is no way the condition is going to fail. So such a kind of loop is what we call it as infinite loop. Infinite means it's never ending. So this is where whenever you are creating a loop, you need to know how long it has to print. This is where if you know how many times it has to print or how many times it has to be executed, then you need to put a condition in such a way it will run only until that. So if my interest is to print only 0 to 9, okay, now tell me a condition when this will fail. When the count is greater than 9, only then it will be failing. So now how can I make sure my count, which is 0, become more than 9? So what will happen if I say, for example, here, if I say count equal to 10, okay, if I tell this, what will happen? What will happen? What happened? So it went inside for the first time, it is printing it, and after that the value of count is 10, then it is going back again. Is the condition matching? No. Okay, now this way it just ran it once. So what is that you can do? Run it from 0 to 9. This is where if you want 0 to 9 to be taken, you are actually adding one value to count. That is where every time when it goes inside, think if you can add count by 1, what will happen? First time I go inside, I will add count with 1. Then if I go back, what will be count now? 1. So is 1 less than 9? Yes. So now it will come, it will print. After that, I will once again add count with another 1. Then what will happen now? Count is 2. So now is 2 less than 9? No. So like this, every iteration it does. If I keep on adding count with 1, at some point of time it will become 10. Then automatically the condition will be not met. So this is where, how can I add count with 1? So this is where yesterday we saw expr, and I will say $count. So what will happen? Existing value plus 1. If I do this, what will happen? Whatever the value is there, that plus 1. So first time when it comes, it will be 0. So 0 plus 1 is 1. So count will become 1. Then it will go inside. Second time when it comes, it will become 1 plus 1, 2. Then again it will go, condition is true, it will come 2 plus 1, that is 3. So this way it will be incrementing. Okay. So now let's try the same thing here. Okay. What happened? It's exactly running it because first time count is 0. After that it is adding 1. it will come back here. Condition is met. Now it is coming. It is printing 1, and then when it comes down, count will be count plus 1, which is 2. So again, it will go back. 2 less than 9. Yes, it will come inside. Count equal to 2. It is printing. So like this, it keeps on going. Now it will print count equal to 9, and after that, when it comes, count will become 9 plus 1, that is 10. So now it goes up, the condition will fail. That's the reason it's not going in and it is coming out. Got it? So this is how you're going to use while loop, wherein first it will check for a condition and then it is going to run it. Getting it? So whenever you are using any type of the loop, it is necessary that we have to give the condition in such a way that it will, what it will do? It will typically break the condition, or it will make the condition is failed at some point of time. Got it? Now, same way, there is one more condition called until loop. So what we used first is while loop. Now what is the second thing? Until loop. Okay. So there is only one difference if you see. Okay, it's not while. Instead of while, we are going to give until. Okay. Getting it? Now, the difference is in while, only when the condition is met, even the first time it is going to run. But until means until this condition is met, you keep on doing it. That means the very first time it will run. Only after that it will check for the condition. Okay. So first it will run, check, and then the next time it is going to check. So that's the only difference. So you are going to use while only when the first time also it should check condition. But if you are using until, first time it will run, and until that condition is not met, it is going to keep on running it. So it's just another way. So in this example, what is that I've done? I'm giving value of a variable a as 10, and here what is that I'm doing? Until a is less than 10. Okay, then what will happen? What will happen? Until a is less than 10. So what is a now? 10. Is 10 less than 10? Okay. If it is less, then print a. After that, I'm trying to add. So what should happen here? Is the condition true? So what should happen here? What is happening?
Infinite loop.
Why? Because the condition is not met. Until the condition is met, it is going to keep on running it. So what I should have done is, I should have put the condition like this. So now see this. So it is not checking for the first time, but until that condition is met, it is going to run. If the condition met first time, no? Why? What does that have given? Okay, then 1 less than 10 until that, yeah, it is less than, so that's what it is not going inside. So what should I do? What is that I'm trying to do? Be the reverse way.
Need to replace with greater than symbol.
Yeah, I can give that. Now I again what happened? What is okay? What is happening? A is 1, okay, until 1 less than 1, it is not, so it is going here, but what is happening? Now A will never be less than 1, so your condition is always going to be not met. So this is where what should I do? Be greater, okay? Is 1 greater than 1? Until 1 is going to be greater than 1? No. Until 1 is greater than 10, you are going to do this. So now A is 1. Until 1 becomes or A becomes greater than 10, keep on running it. So that's the reason first time it will come, print 1. Then I'm going to add A equal to A plus 1. Then again it will go and check, is A greater than 10? No. So whenever the condition meets, it's not going to proceed further. Okay, whereas while is condition is met, it go inside. But here, until the condition is met, don't stop. And while means while the condition is met, do this. So here I am saying until the condition is met, do this. Okay. So now if I run until, getting it? Getting the difference? So until means until this condition is met, keep doing the task. While means while the condition is met, then do this. That's the reason first it will check for the condition. Whereas in the until the condition is not met, it is going to keep on running it. And whenever the condition meets, it will stop. Got it? Until the condition is met, do this. So that's the reason first time also, even if it is false, the condition is not met, then it will go ahead and keep running it. Got it? Difference? So this is where you need to know what kind of condition you are going to give. Only based on the condition it has to go in while. But until you want to match some condition, if it wants to run, then you are going to use the until loop. Okay. Any questions? Now, here in while and until, we had a condition so that until the condition is matched or while the condition is matched, you are going to run some task. But sometimes you will not be knowing a condition, but you will have a value, and depending on how many values you have, that many times you want the loop to happen. Suppose now I'm telling you, hey, I'm giving you 3 numbers, run that 3 times. So that way, if you have a specific number and some content, depending on how many data you have given, if you want the script to run that many times, then we are going to use another loop called for loop, so that you give a sequence of value, and based on how many values you are giving, it is going to run that many times. So this is what in Ansible we were using it for with items. So with item, if you remember, I give 3 items, it is going to run 3 times. The same way, if I have a 3 items or 3 values, the loop will execute 3 times. If I give 10 values, it is going to execute 10 times. Okay. Now, the syntax for this is same way, for, which is the name of the loop, and then two done statements. But here you are going to use first a variable followed by a keyword called in, and followed by what are the values that you're going to take. Now, for example, if I give you 3 items and I'm asking the script to run it 3 times, whatever you are doing here, it is needed because you are going to take this value. This is where if you are going to run the loop, then every time it picks up one value, whatever the variable that you give here, it will assign the variable with the value, and this variable will be available within this condition. This is how, when you run this loop, what will happen? If it is going to run 3 times, then each time it is going to take one value separately. That is why it is 3 times. So first time when it takes this, it will be assigning the variable with this value. If it takes second time, if you say dollar variable, you will get the second value. The next time if you say dollar variable, you will get the third value. This is how you can use that and do certain activity. Okay. Now, let's take this example. Here, what is that I've done? So first, what is this? What is this? We have defined a array and it has how many elements? 4 elements. So now I am saying for a variable called v in, okay, now what is that I'm doing here? I'm giving the list of values, but I'm not giving list. Instead, I'm giving this. So what is this? What is dollar variable? This one. Now in that, in the square bracket, if I give something, what is it? Index number. Now in the index, what I'm giving? Star. That means yesterday we saw. So all the values it will replace. Okay. This way, whatever the values that this array is storing, take all. So that means it will replace this with 2, 3, 4, 5. So now, whatever you have given inside, how many times it has to run? 4 times. So that way, what I am doing here, echo $v. Now what will $v mean? Whatever the value here. So this is where, if it is going through one by one, first time it will take v, assign it to 2. So when you say echo $v, what will happen? 2 will be printed. Once it is complete, again it will go here, take the second value, it will assign it to v, and then v will become 3, it will print 3. Once completed, again it will go back to the third value, which is 4. So v will be 4, it will get printed. Then it will go back here, 5, v will be 5, it is complete. Now when it goes back, there is no value. So it will be done and then it will come here. Okay. So now let's take this. Let me run a script here. Okay. So you can see it is running only 4 times because there was only 4 values. For each one of them, it is trying to take the corresponding value. Got it? So remember, you are going to use while or until when you have a condition. But here there is no condition. I just wanted to run something depending on how many values it's going to run. Depending on how many values you have, that many iterations it will be. Okay? Getting it? Any questions? Okay. Now, using this, now let's go back to yesterday's one of the example I gave you. I asked you to find average of how many numbers? 3 numbers. This way, how did you do that average? So you did sum divided by 3. But what if sometime I might change the value of the variable? Okay, we will see how to change. But what I'm saying is, now if you don't know how many values you have given, then it should still run, because if I don't know how many values I've given, then I cannot say divide by 3 or divide by 4. But what I want you to do is think, how can I use a for loop? Using a for loop, how can I find the average? So that now if you think, for doing an average, now let's take the same thing. I want to find out the average of 2, 3, 4, 5. So to find out the average, what I should do? I should say 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5. But now I cannot say like yesterday. What did we do yesterday? Yesterday I said equal to and we hard coded, because now if I remove this value and put something else, your script should still work. This way, I want to add and then divide by what it should say? By 4. If I change it, then it should know that much. So, how can I know? First of all, tell me, how can I know? How can I count this? So, is there any way where I can count how many values are there? How? Now, using for low, can I count how many values are there? How? Now, if whatever it, so how many times this loop is going to run? 4 times. If I give 5 values, 5 times, that is sure. So, can I do with that wherein every time it is going through that, right? So, can I keep on adding 1, 1 to it so that at the end I will know how many values are there? Can I do that way? That's what yesterday we did, even in the while loop we did, right? If I say count equal to count plus 1, what will it do? Every time it goes, it will be adding. This way, now see the same program. If I say count equal to 1, okay, then here I will say count equal to expr count plus 1. So that means now if it is going inside, it will get added 1. So now how many times it is going through? 4 times. So definitely it is going to add only 4 times. Now finally, if I say echo count equal to dollar count, okay. So now let's run this and see. Okay, saying count is 5 because last time is also going. So let me change it to 0. So now what is happening is running. So let's make it little more easier to understand. First, I'll print echo count uh, inside is dollar count. Okay. Then here I will say echo count after incrementing dollar count. Okay. Now we will know how it is adding. Whatever you see, the left hand side. So first, what is count? 0. And so first thing it is saying is count inside loop is 0. Okay. Then echo dollar $v. What is dollar $v? The value of what you have taken v. Okay. Then count after incrementing is 1. So next time it comes here, what is count now? 1. It is printing the value and then it is incrementing. So now it becomes, so again it is taking 2, it's printing the value, it's incrementing 3. Then it is coming up. So this way now, did I get how many values are there? Okay. Now, so now I don't have to write 4. So if I give 5 values, what will be count? 5. So I got this. But now, what is the other thing I have to do? I have to add everything. So how can I add everything? This way, anyhow it is going through this internally, right? So now, see what I can do if simply I say total equal to 0. Okay. Now here, if I just say total equal to expr dollar total plus dollar $v. Now what will happen? Total will be first 0. First value is 2. So 0 plus 2 is 2. Okay. Next it will come in. Now what is total? 2. 2 plus v is 3. So 2 plus 3 is 5. So total will be 5. Then next time when it comes, 5 plus b is 4. So that is 9. Then once again it comes, total is what? 9, right? So 9 plus 5, 14. So total will be 14. This is how you can say count total equal to dollar total. Okay. The total is 14, count is 4. So now if I have to find the average, what should I do? Simply should say average equal to expr total divided by dollar count equal to dollar average. Okay. What is happening? 4 threes are 12. So it is just rounding off. What is the value? Okay. Now here, if I change this, it will work accordingly. So I don't have to change anything. So this is where if I say 6, 7, now how many values are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So automatically, if you see, it's going to keep on running. So total is 27. Total value is 6. So 27 by 6 is average of 4. Got it? This is how it can keep doing the loop. This is where you need to remember, if you have values, then you are going to have for loop. If you have a condition, then you are going to have while loop or until. Again, in that, if you want to first match the condition and then go inside while. But if not, until the condition is going to met, if you want to use, then you will be using until. Clear? What is while loop? What is for loop? Now, let me take one more example. Okay, same thing. So, what is that I'm doing in this? So, what is that I'm doing here? So, I'm checking whether a number is even or not. Okay. So, now let's try to understand. I've given so many numbers and I just want to print which is even, which is odd out of it. So, now for this, I'm going with for loop because I have given a value. So, here it is going to run everything here. So, what will this do? For each every value that you have in this array, it is going to run the loop. Now in that, first what we are doing, we are first saying expr $b modular or modulus 2, and the remainder I am storing it as a variable called res. So now if this is equal to 0, then it is a even number. So this is where I am printing it is even. If not, definitely it is going to be a odd number. That is where I am using a else condition. So this way it will take 2. 2 modulus 2, 2 divided by 2. What is the remainder? 0. That means it is going to be a even. If I take 3, then 3 divided by 2, there will be a remainder, point something. So that way it will not be equal to 0. So else it will print it as odd number. For 4, remainder will be 0, right? 4 divided by 2, it is divisible, so remainder will be 2, and because of that, this condition will match and it will run even number. Okay, this way I can run which is even and which is odd. So let's try to run this. here, along with this, I'll just echo find out even odd. Okay, so I can add as much as I want, right? So what I'm doing is I'm just taking the same array. Okay, you can see what I'm doing. I'm taking the same array. Once it has found the average, I'm going through it again, and I'm going to print for every value whether it is even or odd. Okay, so now let's see. So now you can see it is going to first do this activity and then come and do this because it is going to execute line by line. So this is doing the average. After that, it is finding out whether it is even or not. So that way, 2 is even, 4 is odd, sorry, 3 is odd, 4 is even, 5 is odd, 6 is even, 7 is odd. That way, it's going to work out one by one. That's where, depending on where you keep, it is going to run accordingly. Okay? Getting it? Any doubts or questions here? Now, clear on how to use while, and that is while loop and for. Now, there are certain scenarios where you might have to use a loop inside a loop. That will also work because anything if I give inside the do done, what is that? It is just a statement. I can give echo, I can give some conditions like this. Now, what if I give a loop inside the loop? Sometime back, we had given a condition, right? Here. So here we had given a condition. So that way, inside a loop, you can give anything because everything is a statement. So that way, there are certain scenarios where if you are going to have a loop inside a loop, okay? So this is here an example. So what is this example? Now let's see what is A? 0. So I'm saying while A is less than 10, condition is to do something. That is what I'm saying. So you can see this while is being completed here. Okay. So now here I'm going to say echo end of script. So now if you see all these things is part of one parent loop. So this loop. So there is one loop you have entered inside. Okay. Now once you come here, what is that I'm doing? I'm saying b equal to a. Now what will happen here? Anything on the left hand side is variable of the equal and right hand side is the value. So now what will b be? Value of a. So what is b now? 0. Okay. Then once again I'm coming here. So I'm saying if or while b is greater than or equal to 0, do something. So that is my condition here. Okay. So now when it is going to
Why we
run
put
this,
the, sorry, why we put the double quotes in the $A?
it's just an indication. There's no need. Even if you want, you can leave. It's just an indication. It doesn't matter. It's just a string. That's what we mean. Okay, you can give it without that also. So here, now, inside the loop, it is going to come to this condition. If the condition is true, it will try to do this. So this way now, what will happen? Try to understand. First, it is coming to this condition. Inside this, there is one more condition. Okay, is 0 greater than or equal to 0? Yes. So it will come inside. So now, what is it going to do? Echo $B. $B is 0. Fine. After that, what I'm doing? I'm saying expr b minus 1. So what is b minus 1? 0 minus 1. What will be that? Minus 1. So now here it will not go to done. What will this do now? It will go back to this while loop first because right now you are in this while. So it will go back here. Now what will happen here? Minus 1, is it greater than or equal to 0? No. So that way condition is false. So that means it will come to done. Then it will come once again here. And here what is it we are doing? I am saying EXPR $A plus 1. So what is $A? What is A? 0. So 0 plus 1. And now you can see I am saying everything together. So now A will be 1. Okay. This way, now once it is complete, what will this do? This is your first while loop. So it will once again go back to the first. So now what is A? 1. Is 1 less than 10? Yes. So it will once again come here and now it will assign that to B. Okay. So now what is B? 1. Is 1 greater than or equal to 0? Yes. So it will come inside. It will print. Now it will go here. B is B minus 1. What is B? 1 minus 1 is 0. Okay, it completed. What will it do next? Again, it will go back here. So is what is now B? 0. 0 greater than or equal to 0? Yes. So it will come inside. It will work. And then now what is B? Minus 1. So it will come back. Condition fails. It will go here. Okay. So this way, if you actually understand, let's try to run this and see. First, it will come here. A equal to 0. Okay. So the condition matches. So first while loop, it will be there. Under the first while loop, now I am making B equal to 0. Okay. And then condition I am saying while. And in this, I'm going to say echo B. So when I say echo B, it is going to say echo 0. Okay. After that, it is going to make B equal to B minus 1. So that is 0 minus 1. That will be minus 1. Now, because of this, when it is go back, condition is not met. So it is going to be done here. And then when it comes here, A. So now this is where it is going to say echo. What is A? A equal to A plus 1. So what is A now? 0. A, what is A so far? Here 0. 0 plus 1, that is 1. Okay. Now it will go back to the condition here, that is this condition. So what is A now? 1. Is 1 less than or not equal to? Less than 10? Yes. So it will once again come here. So this is your first iteration. Okay. So now what is A? 1. It will go to the Y inside this. B equal to 1. And then again it will go to while, and in the while, is 1 greater than 0? Yes. So it will come inside, it will print echo B. B is 1. And then now B is equal to B minus 1. So B equal to what is B? 1 minus 1. That is 0. Okay. Now it will again go back to the condition. So is 0 greater than or equal to 0? Yes. The condition matches. So it will now come inside this. And now it will say echo B. That is 0. Now B will become B is 0 minus 1. That will be minus 1. Now the condition will fail. Then what will it do? It will come back and A will get added with A plus 1. So what is A now? 1. So here A equal to 1 plus 1. That will be 2. So it will go back to next iteration. So like this, it will be going on until how? Until A is less than 10. So until 9 happens, it will happen. So reverse internally. Now if you see the output, what will it print? It will be printing first 0 and then 1 0, and after that 2 1 0, and then it will be 3 1 3 2 1 0. So like that until 9 it will be printing everything. Okay. So let's try this. I'm just saying for 2, second for or while, whatever. It's a mistake. Guess what? What is happening? So, what is happening?
Have to
Printing
give
your, yes, what's the error?
for initial value of A will be 1 at least,
Why?
because for that second loop have to be B will be greater than 0, right? For at least one time at right.
Greater than or equal?
Okay.
0. That's why I've given equal. So it will work. But find out where is the error.
Okay.
Let's find
I
out one
think
by one. Yeah, go ahead.
I think the last line echo A equals to the till symbol expr. I think we should remove echo there.
Yeah. Typically, it's not taking it. Okay. Let's try this. Okay. Now, see this? First, it is taking a value. Now b is 0, then b minus 1. So it's coming out of the loop. Because of that, it is printing a. A is 1 now. So again, it is coming, assigning the value of b, which is 1. And then it is printing 1. 1 minus 1 is 0. Again, it will come inside. It will print 0. Okay. Once that is done, it will come here. A is 2 now. And then it will come back. B is 2. First, it starts with 2, then 1, 0, and now A becomes 3. So it prints from 3 to 1, 0. Then A becomes 4. Going on like this until it becomes 9. So for the last time, it's going from 9 to 0. And now A becomes 10 when it is going. It's 10 less than 10. No, that's the reason condition is going to fail. Okay, got it? This is where there will be certain scenarios where you have to use the loop inside a loop. Again, it's not mandatory that you should use while or until. Just an example on how you. Okay. So now let's take some example. So now, does everyone know what is a palindrome? Palindrome is double like this. So 0, 1, 0 plus 1 is 1, 1 plus 1 is 2, 2 plus 1 is 3, 3 plus 2 is 5, 5 plus 3 is 8, 8 plus 5 is 13. So it should just print like this. Okay. Sorry. It's Fibonacci series. Palindrome means this is palindrome.
No,
This is palindrome.
this is a Fibonacci.
Yeah. You said this is palindrome. I was thinking suddenly you said this is Fibonacci series. Okay. Now this is palindrome. What is this? Fibonacci series. Okay, let's take Fibonacci series. Anyway, you got this. So what I want is, if I give you some number, okay, I want you to print the Fibonacci series in this order. Okay, Now, for example, totally, like if I say, let's say 6, then it should print from 0 until 6. That means first value, second value, third value, fourth value, fifth value, sixth value. So if I say 7, then it should stop here. Okay. So now to start with, definitely you need two values. Without that, it will not happen. But how can you write a script which will, stop exactly if I say 6 or 7, but it should be writing it. So guess how can I do? So now what and all I can use for this? First, now I need to keep doing something again and again. So this is where I have to use a condition and a while loop, right? Or whatever the loop. I have to keep on doing something. Now in that, what is that I have to do? I have to use a condition. What is that condition? If I say 6 or 7 number, until that number is met, I have to keep doing. So how is that I can? So now let's say I will say count equal to 6. So now what I should get the print as 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5. It should print and stop exactly. So this way, now whatever I do, can I do something like this? While $count is what? Less than or equal to 6. Okay. So this way now I can give this way, or I can make it as 0 and make this as, or if this is 6, then what I can do? I can simply say is greater than or equal to 0. Okay. And for this, I can say do done. And inside this, if I say, for example, count equal to $count minus 1. So what will it do? It will be keep on running whatever you are giving for how many times? 6 times, right? Will that work first? So at least now I have some condition which will run 6 times. If I make it 7, it will run 7 times. Okay. Now in this, what should I do now? I should be adding two numbers, that is previous number and the current number. So this is where I have to say something like, let's say A equal to 1, or sorry, 0, and B equal to 1. So what I will do now here is, I will say number equal to expr $A plus $B. So now if I say echo number, now what will it print? It will print 1. Okay. Next time it is going to do the same. But now what is that I want? The next iteration I go, I should not be taking 0 and 1. I should be taking 1 plus 1. So that way, this one is the previous value, and what is the next one? It is the total of everything. This is where what I have to do is simply here, if I say B, or anyway, if I say B equal to which one? If I say B equal to $num, okay, then once again it will come here. What is A? A is still 1, 0. So what I should do now for this is, now I should say A equal to B. So now what is A? 0 and B is 1. Now when it comes here, what will A be? 1. And now if I say B equal to $num, now what is B? 1. A is 1. So once again it goes inside. What is 1 plus 1? So it is going to print you this. Okay. And after that, now what is A? Value of B, which is, what is the condition? Where you should give. Okay. Then if it comes to A, what will A be? A will be equal to number only, right? What you're saying is, If I give this way, what will happen? B will be number and $B will be, okay, now tell what is, okay, if I do like this, let's try. What is it going to do? Got it? Anyway, I'm not printing these. So these two I'm not printing. So it is just printing the others. 0, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21. So it's starting from here. Got it? So this is how you can do programming. So for particular reason, if you want to do something, you can do this. Okay. Now, how about you take a homework? So what if I want to print like this? What if I want to print this way? So now here you can see a clue here is I want to print star how many times? You can see I have to print 1, 3, 4, 5 lines, and for each line it is increasing again. So this is where you need to have one loop that will count for the total 5 times. So each time one line. Now in that, every time there should be one more loop which is keep on adding. First time it is printing once, second time twice, third time 3, and then 4, then 5. So this is where for this also you have to use 2 times loop. One loop is for how many lines you have, and the other loop is for this way, how we are going to add. Think how you can do it. Take it as homework. Got it? Getting it? How to use loops? So typically you need to use loops or conditions depending on your need. Okay. Now, same way, how do I find out if a number is prime? Can you find out? Write it tomorrow. What is a prime number? If it is divisible by itself, or can you write a script which will do that? All you have to use is two if conditions, right? Any questions? Online, any questions with what is loops, type of loops, how to use it? So typically, if you have a condition, you're going to use while or until. But if you have a series of values or items, then you're going to use for. Okay? Any question? Last session, we're trying to understand on different types of loops, right? While loop, until loop, and then for loop. Okay? It's the condition, not a loop. And in that, we also saw an example where you can have a inside a loop. Okay. Now, to continue on it, so let's assume that you have a loop. Let's consider that you have a for loop. So what will happen in a for loop? You will give a set of values. So until the set of values is available, it will do the iteration accordingly. So for the for loop, if you give 4 values, then there will be 4 iterations. So compulsorily, it will be going through 4 iterations, right? The same way, if you have a while loop, until the condition is met, it will be going on. Now, there are many scenarios where while the loop is going, in between, if you want to stop, there is no such way that you can do. Okay, that is where in the shell there is something called as loop control. Sorry. So what do you mean by loop control? So loop control means rather than allowing the sorry. So rather than allowing the looping to go again and again depending on a condition, you can try to stop the loop in between itself. Okay, so this is where there are two types of control. So control means what? Rather than failing only when the condition is possible or only when all the items in the for loop is completed, in between if you want to stop, then we call it as control. So that is where there are two types of control statements that we have in shell. Okay, so one of them what we have is called as break. So the break, which is a command or a statement, because in the script we call it as a statement. Now, what do you do with this break? As the name says, break will break the loop. Whatever the loop you are running, if it goes through this line called break, it will stop the loop and it will come out of the loop. Okay. So what we saw is it keeps on going on until the condition is met. But at any point of time, if that break line or statement is executed, it will not continue next time again. It will just consider to the last condition. So it will just completely come out of the. That is where on certain scenarios, you can make sure that the loop doesn't continue. It just breaks at that point and it will exactly come to the end of the loop. So if you have such a scenario, then you can use the break. Now, let's take this example and try to analyze. Now, okay, now ignore this. So what will this do? A, then this is the loop. While A is less than 10, it will print A and it will increment. So what is this is going to do? It is going to print from 0 to 9. Typically, it will print, right? Now, what I want to do is, I want to print, but whenever it finds a value where A is equal to 5, I don't want to continue. I should just skip and come out. So if I have such a scenario, then you can see what is that I'm giving here? A condition. So what is this condition? If A equal to 5, then break. Break means what? Completely come out of the condition. So that once it is finished, if I have a last line like this, so it will come out. So now what it will do? First it will take 0. Is 0 equal to 5? No. It will come, add, then it will once again come 1, nothing, add 2, nothing, 3, nothing, 4, and then when it becomes 5, and when it comes here, 5 equal to 5, yes, then it will go to break. As soon as it finds break, it will just come down to the last part. That means it is completing the execution. So it is no more going to check the condition. Wherever you are seeing break, exactly at that point, it will break and it will come out of the complete. Okay, see this? Okay, so I'll say break dot sh. Okay, what happens? You can see it started printing. But as soon as the condition came, if I say break, it just stops and it will come to the end of the loop. So that's the reason the next line after that what we have is echo. So it is coming. Getting it? Now, break means what? Exactly, it will stop the loop and it will come to the last section of the loop. So this, after this, whatever the lines is there or statement is there, it's going to continue further. Okay? Getting it? Break means okay. Now let's take one more example and try to find out. Okay, let's analyze this. So what is this? Actually, if you see, there is one for loop and I'm giving three values. Okay. So what it is going to do? It is going to take three values and the total loop is going to run three times. Okay, fine. In that, for every loop, actually there is one more. So what will it do? First, it will take first value. Okay, it will come here. Now for that first value, once again, I'm saying two things. What is it? 0 and 5. Okay, fine. Now it will take one value first. That will be the variable 2. It will come here. Now, what is variable 1? First time it takes 1. Then we are saying is variable 1 equal to 2. Okay, so now this is one condition. Now is it 2 equal to 2? No. Okay, but do you see what we have used here? So this is a logical operator which we didn't see. This is where we are using example pair. Now I have two conditions which I have to match. So in a logical operator, we saw or, right? Less than or equal to, greater than or equal to. So that is one way we can do, or I can use -o. Now, this is another operator where and. So what do you mean by and? When you have two operations, both of them has to be, only then the total condition will be true. If any one of them is false, then the total condition will be false. The opposite of or operator. Okay, so this way, what is the next condition I'm giving? Is variable 2 equal to 0. Okay, now is this condition true? No. Okay, let's take this, analyze it. Okay, now variable 1 equal to 1 and variable 2 equal to 0. So now, is this condition true? No, because this is not true. So that what will happen? This is not going inside. Then what will it do? It will come to the else part. So else, what is it doing? It is trying to print variable 1 and variable 2. Okay, fine. Now, once that is done, next thing what will happen? This loop is done. So it will again go back to the second value. So now variable 2 is 5. Okay. Now, is variable 1 equal to 2? No. And is variable 2 equal to 0? No. So still what? Condition is failing. So what will it do now? It will print once again 1, 5. Okay. Now, this loop is over. Now, it is coming to this part wherein it will go to the second value. And what is the second value? In the second value, 2. Now, variable 2 is 0. Okay, now it will come. Variable 1 equal to 2. Yes. Is variable 2 equal to 0? Yes. So now condition is true. So what will it do? It will come inside and it will break. So when it breaks, now neither it will go inside this loop or it will come here. So this is where now if you say first just a break, then what will happen? It will just come out of this loop. But we also have one more loop. That is where if you say break 2, that means go to the second loop or the outer loop. So that means it will not only come to this done, it will also come to this done and finish it up. So this is where what you will get the output as. You will first get 1 space 0, and then 1 space 5, and then it should say 1 space, sorry, 2 space will not print, because that is where it is going to do, right? So let's try to run this and see. So here, take it. Now, what happened? You see, it just printed 1015. Now, let's try to remove this. Okay, and if I run, you can see what happened. So, if I removed the break and I just told break, what will happen? When the condition matches, it will only skip this complete loop. So that is where for this loop, it is not proceeding further with 2 value. Okay, so that's the reason it is going away back to the next value. That is where you can see, if I simply say break, first it is missing this loop. But if I want to miss both the loops, then I have to say, so that it will not only skip the first level, it will also go to the second. Getting the difference? What do you mean by break? And here also a condition. So if you want to have, okay, now this is AND. So in the AND, what is it? If one value is true and the other value is true, then both of them are called together as true. If one is true and the other one is false, it is false. If this is false and this is true, this is false. If this is false and this is false, what is it? It is false. Whereas the same thing, if you take OR operator, okay, if it is true or true, any one of them has to be. So this is true. If it is true, or if this is false, then true. Then if it is false or true, it will be true. If it is false or false, then it is false. Okay. So in case if you want to use OR, then you will say O. Okay. Wherein you can even have more than two conditions. So if I want to have one more, then I can say again -A or -O and specify this. Okay. Depending on your need, we can give that. Getting it?
Yeah. I have one question. So we have a two for loops are there. So the break two will break the second inner loop, right?
When you just say break, it will just break the current loop. When you say break 2, it will also break 2 levels. So that is first break, and the next one is the inter or the outer loop, and that will also break. So it is going to break both of them.
So you mean to say that here we are specifying the how many loops are there, right? Suppose there are 3
Yes.
loops, so we specify break 3.
Yes, depending on how many layers you are going to have, that many. Okay, so if you don't give anything, it's going to break only the current. Clear? Now, this is break. That means don't continue. Now, there is one more wherein sometimes for certain purpose, you don't have to just break, you just have to skip that iteration. What is iteration? One time it has to complete. So if you want to just skip one iteration and continue with the next iteration. So if you have such a scenario, then we call it as continue. So instead of break, if you give continue anywhere, it will directly bring to the end of the iteration. That's it. That means it will skip the current value. It will go to the next fresh iteration from the beginning. That is the only difference. Okay. Now let's analyze this with this example. So, in this, what is that we are doing? I want to check whether it is a even or odd number. Okay. But in this, if it is a what? Even number, I don't want to do anything. Okay. I just want to skip and proceed further. See, I have to print whether it is even or odd. That is what I'm interested. But in that, now what I'm actually want is, I don't want to print it as odd. I just want to skip if it is odd. That's it. This is where I want to print only if it is even number. So here, this is just an example. Now I have these numbers. So if I put it in for loop, what will happen? So here num in numbers. So when I say numbers, what will happen? All of them will come. So there will be how many total iterations? 7 iterations. Now, first what I'm doing, I'm trying to take dollar number module 2. So reminder, I'm storing it in. If it is an even number, it will be equal to 0. So that way the condition I'm checking is, if the remainder is equal to 0, then I'm saying print this is even. After that, I'm saying continue. If I say continue, what will happen? It will just skip and go back to the next iteration directly. So now there is one more line, right? It will never come. So that way, if it is even, it will directly go. Suppose if it is odd, then the condition will never met. It will come here and just print blindly it is odd. So that way, if it is even, it will come inside and it will continue, so that it will not even come here. It will go to the next one. Okay, let's see this. Okay, but guys, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, Adam.
Yes, sir.
That's not connected. One problem. problem. Okay, let's see if it's going to achieve. Let's
This we are connecting to cloud, right?
yes. Yeah, network issue. Now it connected. Okay, now it's not printing. So let me take the number and we'll say dollar num dollar. Okay, now let's run it. So you can see when it comes, it says, but as soon as it goes into the even, it kind of skips. Okay. Okay. So getting it. So if I don't do, what will happen? Let's do one thing. Let's remove this continue. Okay. Then every time it is going to print the odd number also. You can see every time it comes to the end. Because if you don't give continue, it will finish this. Every time it will come to the next line and then it is going to complete. Whereas if you run this, then it skips and continue means it will go back to the next iteration. Whereas break means it is going to stop it exactly. Getting it? Now, go back. Yesterday I was asking you to take an average of some number, right? Now, assume the scenario where I have given an array, and in the array, if you have 0, then what will happen? What will happen if you have 0 in the array? Yesterday we did a loop, right? So what will happen if there is a 0 there? Do you get the logic what I'm saying? Let's assume this is the one. Okay. So I have 0 here, somewhere here. Let's assume 0. Now what I want you to do is take the average. Now if I'm taking average, okay. So what should I do now? I should add first everything. So this is where I can say something like sum equal to 0. So here I should say sum equal to expr dollar sum plus what? Dollar now. Okay, so this will keep on adding, but I also want to take the count. So now here, let's say count equal to 0. Now every time it comes in, if I say count equal to expr dollar count plus 1. Okay, now if I want to take average, then what is it? Sum divided by. Okay, so now tell me this. Let me keep only this. Okay, so sum equal to dollar sum. So count equal to dollar count. So now for me, what is the average? What should be the average? What is the average of this? It's actually 6 by 4, which is wrong because I don't want to take 0. So it should be dummy value. So it should be actually 6 by 3. But what will this take? It will take 6 by 4. So this is where, then what should I do now? So if I have a 0, then I should not consider it. This is where what you can do. Simply if you say if, what is the condition? Dollar num is equal to 0, then what should I do? What should I do? If I break, what will happen? It will completely come out. What if your zero is here?
Continue.
If I say break, then it will completely come out. So then I should say continue. This way it will just skip that. So that properly I will get sum is 6 and the count is 3. Okay. Let's try this. Okay. Getting it? This is how, at any point of time, if you want to completely come out of the statement, you're going to use break. If you want to skip only that iteration, then you're going to use. Got it? Any questions? Okay. Now, so for what we saw was, so you will have some statements. If you want to run it again and again, you're going to use loop. If you want to decide whether to run or not, then you're going to have condition. That is okay. But there are some scenarios where you want to perform some group of statements again and again. Okay? But the difference between loop and what I'm saying is, what will loop do? Loop will be doing the same thing at that line itself, right? So it will be just doing again and again. But as soon as you finish, it will proceed to the next one. But what if I am saying is, there is some statements which you want to repeat it again wherever you want. So let's assume you have 100 lines in which the loop is available in the 10th line. So at 50th line, again, if you want to run something, again, you will be using some loop. So that is where the requirement, sometimes what you will have is, you will have a same lines, you want to call it wherever you want. So rather than repeating it again and again, I'm saying you can call it wherever you want and whenever you want. That way, if you want to do that, then we are going to group certain statements and we are going to call it as a function. So typically, function is nothing but a group of statements wherein whenever you call that function, as the name says, whatever the statements is inside it, it is going to execute based on that. Okay? So the major use why you will be going with functions, or sometimes we also call it as subroutines. So we call it as subroutines of functions because what we can do is, instead of writing a huge program wherein you are going to have certain lines repeatedly again and again. So if you have certain things, then instead of writing everything as one complete file, you can break it up into smaller parts, which is what we call it as functions, so that it will be easy for us to read and understand. Okay. And not only that, the other main uses, I can use the same group of lines and I can call wherever I want. Okay. So this is where you just call and it will be picking it up. So in case if there is any duplication of the lines, you don't have to do again and again. Okay. So you just call it. Now, whether you are doing a condition, whether you are doing a loop, whatever it is, now, if I want to repeat it again, what should I do? I should copy the same lines and I should write somewhere again, only then it will execute, right? Whereas instead of that, you can put it as a function and you call the function, and whatever the code or the statement is inside that function, it will get called. So that way, many times, this is what even we do in the actual programming. So whatever common lines or whatever lines that we want to use again and again, then we can typically put it into a function and we are going to call the function again and again. And every time you call the function, whatever the corresponding block or lines of statement it has, it will get executed. Okay, that is what we call it as functions. So function is nothing but looping certain functionality, and you can reuse it whenever you want within the function. Okay, now how are you going to define a function? So if you're going to define a function, like first before using it for a variable, if I want to use a variable, I will say dollar the name of the variable. But before that, what should I do? I should define it or declare it, right? Same way, if you want to use a function, first there should be a function. And what is the line of code for that function? You should define it. And after that, you're going to call. So if you're going to define a function, then you're going to give function name and you're going to say statement. Okay. And if you want to call this function wherever you want, just tell the function name. Ignore this for some time. You just say function name, whatever you have given, it will exactly call it again. So let me first show you with a simple example. So in this, first, let me write a line. So I'll just say starting the script. Okay. And after that, anything with hash is called as comment. So it will not do anything. But after that, what do you have? I have something called hello followed by parenthesis. So this means that I am defining a function, and any lines that you want, it will be within the flower bracket. Okay. Now inside this, I'll just put one line saying echo I am inside the hello function. Okay. And after that, I'm just printing a message called hello world. That's it. And once this is done, is there anything else? No. That's it. So this is where now from here to here it is definition. And wherever you see the word called hello, then what will it do? It will invoke. Now it will replace this line with whatever the contents. So that means it will run these two things here. Okay. So let's try to run this and see. So now if I run, what will first execute? Starting the script. Then defining means just understanding. It will not run it. When will it run? Only when you call it or invoke it. So here after running this, we are calling here. So it will replace this line with whatever is inside it. And once it is done, it will proceed further. Okay. So let's see this. So now you can see it is basically first starting the script, and then when you are calling this function, it is calling these two lines. So it is saying going inside it, and hello world it is printing. Once it is complete, it is coming to the next. Now, what will happen if I say once again hello? Here it will again replace with the content whatever you have given inside. So these two will get called again after the echo end of script. Okay, so let's try this also. Okay, now here you can see whenever you call the function, whatever the content of the function is there, at that time it will call it. So that if there is some lines of code you are repeating again and again, better put it as a function and you can call whenever you want. So that way, now it will be easy for you to see and understand what is this function. Okay. So in fact, now if you understand, all the programs whatever that we are using like echo is also a function. Okay, so they have written something in such a way that it is trying to print it on the screen. So that way everything whatever you are using is actually a built-in function. Built-in means it is given by the shell itself. And what is this function now? It is a function which we are defining, wherein I am telling what is the functionality of this hello. Okay, so that way whatever that we are going to create is generally it is called as user defined function, because we are defining what is the functionality that it is going to have. Okay, getting it? Now, what is the real use case of this? So let's take one example. Now let's assume I'm going to give you two numbers and I'm going to ask you to check whether it is even or not. Okay, so now generally if you're writing a script, what will you do? So let's take the same script. So you will say a equal to 1. Sorry, let's say if both of them are equal. Suppose if I say b equal to 1, then how will I check this? I have to say if, and then I'll say $a equal to $b. Then what will happen? What should I do here? Here I should just print echo number is equal, else number is not equal. Okay, now you are done. Now what if I'll give you another two number? Okay, I will say c equal to 2, d equal to 3. Now I'm going to ask you check for this also. Then what will you do? Once again you will be writing this way, right? Now if you see, these lines of statements are repetitive, right? It's kind of occurring again and again. These are the, what you can do is you can try to create a function wherein that function can run the lines whatever that you are giving. Okay, so this way you can call a function and then it will run whatever it is available. Getting my point? But in this example, let's assume I'm creating a function first. So now what will I do? So I will create a function. The name of the function I'll say is check. Okay, and brackets, and now I will put everything inside. Okay, now this way if I do, see what happens. Okay, so now if I want to first, for example, run this, what should I do? I should just say check. So when I call check, what will happen? It will come inside and it will run. So probably I'll put one more echo statement. Going to Okay, so that whenever I call this function, it is going to run it, correct, and it will tell me whatever I wanted to. So let's take this. So what is it doing? Starting the script, and definition, it will not run. Whenever you call the function, it is going to call all those things. So that is where it is saying going to check. It is running inside everything. Once it is complete, it is going to come out. Okay. So that way, if there is a lines which you are going to repeatedly use, you can use this. But in my other example, what did I do was, I asked you what if I want to do check for another two number. So this is where now if I again call check, what will it do? It is going to run the same thing, but this time I want to pass a value. So wherein if I'm going to have A and B, I can call this. But what will happen if I say C and D? Now, first thing is I need to call. Okay, by saying check, what will it do? It will call this. But as it goes inside, what is it going to take the value? A and B. So what is that I want to pass to this? I want to say for C and D. So this is where there is one more way of calling a function is you are not just going to call the function, but you are going to call the function and pass some values. Accordingly, the shell function should do some activity. This is where now, if you want to pass any value to the function, then simply say the function name followed by space separated values. Okay, suppose if I want to pass two values, then I will just say $C, $T. So now if you see whatever values that you are passing, the function will be receiving it. But where will that get stored? So this is where in the functions we have one more called passing parameters. So what is parameters? These are the things that I'm passing. So this way, for some reason, if you want to call again and again, but every time it has to do something different or it has to take different values, then instead of just calling the function, I can call the function and I can pass some parameters like this. The function name, space separated, arguments or parameters. But what will happen is you are passing it. But why am I passing it here? Because this function should receive it. So if the function has to read it, then whatever value that you have passed will be stored into some special variable. Okay, so that way, now whatever the variable we created, what is this A, B, C, D, all these are scalar variables we created. Same way, whatever the values that you are passing to the function, internally shell script will create a special variable. Okay, that is where now how many values you have passed? 2. So that way, equivalent to each one of them, there will be a special variable which starts with number 1, 3. So that way, if I want to take the first argument passed here, so if I just come here, okay, and if I say $1, what will I get? I will get the value whatever you have passed here. If I want the value of the next one, I should just say $2. Okay, so this way now let me show you. Going to check $1 and $2. Okay, and then this is what I'm going to give here.
So in the
Okay,
definition,
so this way now.
Hello. So in the definition, no need
Yes.
to specify, right? Parameter.
No, that is on any other programming because this is a simple lightweight scripting, so it doesn't have any kind of definition. So whatever you pass, it will be stored as the special variable. This way, now, if I am going to pass CD, what will it take? It will take these two. But if you look at this, what is that I'm doing? I'm not passing anything. So if I don't pass anything, then it is going to be empty. That is where now if I want to call, how will I call the first one? I want to call the first one with A and B, right? So here I should say check $A, $B. So that means now first I am calling this function by passing these two values. Then I am calling this function with these two values. So this way, when you are passing this, it will check these and it will match. The same way, if you are passing these two, it will replace this. Okay. So now let's see the same. Okay. So you can see it is starting the script here, then definition. So first time when you are calling check, so what is it doing? It is going to check 1 and 1. That is what you have passed. After that, it is comparing. Is it equal? Yes. Then it is printing number is equal. It completed. Then it is coming with these two values. Here we are doing a check again. And in the check, again I'm passing two different values. So which is what it is taking. So now it is going to clearly say check 1, B. Okay, then it is going to run that. This is how when you're calling a function, you can also pass parameters. So it typically depends on it. If you know that the function doesn't need any parameters, then you're not going to use $1 or $2. Only when you know that you're going to pass something, then that accordingly you have to take it using $1 and $2. So remember, this $1 and $2 will be available only within this function, not outside it. Okay, because you are passing some value and you are trying to read it internally using it. Okay, that's the difference. Got it? What do you mean by passing and getting it up? Okay, clear? Functions and calling a function and passing a arguments and how do you read it? So remember, it starts with $1 and $2 and it is available only within the function, not outside the function. So I can call this function as many times as I want. Okay.
Python also we are doing the same way.
Yes, everything is the same, no matter where you go, but the syntax will be different. So if you take Python, we don't use this. Python, there is something called as sys.arg. Okay, so that is where the functionality of how to use it will be changing. In shell script,
Okay.
any arguments you are passing to a function, you are going to use it using $1 and $2. So depending on programming, it will be changing. But in shell script, you are going to use $1 and $2. Got it? Okay. So now you can see here, what did I do now this time? I passed the function empty, right? So I didn't call. So because of that, what happened here? See this? Checking, what is this? Both are empty. So that is where, since both are empty and both are equal, it is saying that it is equal. Okay. But if I was doing something else, let's say that I'm doing some arithmetic operation, then what will happen? It will try to read it. There is no such value. It is null. Then I cannot add a number with a null value, which will give me an error. Okay. That way, pass the argument, it will be reading the $1, $2 accordingly. If you want to read and you are not passing, then what will happen? It will be taking it as empty. Okay. That's where you need to decide. First of all, does it require a parameter? And if it requires, you're going to use $1 and $2 accordingly. Okay, got it? Now, in the function, there is only one last thing which we need to know is returning values. Okay, so what do you mean by returning values? So by default, what is happening here is any function that you run. Okay, so suppose if you call here, what is happening? It is going inside this line, it will execute everything. As soon as it completes here, it is returning back to the same line so that it is proceeding further, right? So if you say check here, it will go to this function and it will run all these lines, and when it is complete, it is coming back to the same line and then proceeding with the next line. So that way, anytime you call a function, the function will always return to the same line from where you invoked. Okay, so that means when you are completing the execution of the function, it is actually returning where? Returning to the same place where you have invoked it. But when it is returning exactly after completing everything. Okay, but for certain reasons, if I don't want to continue some lines and just directly want to return, like how you had continue. See, continue means what? It didn't go further to the next, sorry, like break. If you say break, what did it do? It just break there, it come to the last or the next line of execution, right? The same way, for some reason, you are running it, you don't want the function to continue further, but just to return directly. Then you are going to use a keyword called return. Okay, so if you say return, wherever you say return, at that line itself it will return to the actual call where you are doing the function invocation. Okay, getting it? So if you don't tell, by default function will run everything and at the last line it will return. If not, if you explicitly tell, then wherever you are saying return, at that line it will return back to the original invocation. Okay, now let's take this example. Okay, right, let me change it. Okay, let me change this first. Or let's take this function. It's not good there. Okay, so now what I want to do is, for example, here, if I just type echo completed check $1 and $. Okay, so this is default. So if I run this, so what is it doing? It is calling it, it is going inside and it will check the condition. Once it is done, it is going to run the completed, right? So now what I'm going to do here is, instead of doing this, as soon as the echo is there, I will say return. So if I say return, what will happen? As soon as it completes, it will come back to the position. So that way, it will never execute the else, or it will never come to the echo part. Okay, so it will directly come to the next line and it will start. So let's see this. You can see it is not running this, or it is not coming to this because this time condition failed. So that's the reason it went inside. Getting it? First time when it came, I returned back. So it never executed this line. But the next time when I came, condition is not true. So that's the reason I'm not even going here. So it is not doing any return. So it will complete, it will come here, then it will do the default return from the end of the line. Seeing the difference here? It's not calling this for the first time because it is returning. So if you say return explicitly, it will return back to the invocation. If you do not say anything, then it will execute everything and at the last line it will return. Got it? Getting it? Getting the
What do you mean
difference?
by return? What do you mean by return 10? When we say specify the number, right?
Wait, I'll come to.
Okay.
Getting this? So far, what do you mean by return? Return means at that line, it will go back to the invocation of your function and it will return to the function. If you do not give anything, it will always come to the last line and it will return back to the invocation of the function. Clear with that? So function by default returns. But what we need to know is when a function is returning by default, whether you are using return or not, it doesn't matter. But when it is returning, it is not just going to return, but there will be some value that it will be returning. Okay. So that way, now, if I am going to say this function is returning, that means if I call this, it is going to return back to the shell script at that line with some value. So now, if I have a value, then I should store it. So how can I store it? How can I store?
Variable equal to function. Function.
So if I say variable, so let's try this. For example, I'm saying variable equal to check. Then what will happen? And here, dollar. Yes, when I did a mistake. Okay, guess what we did? Yeah, this is taking it as not a function. It is just taking it as a string. Okay. Now this is where what we will do is whenever you run some command, you are going to get the exit status. So this way, when this function completes, it is going to return the exit status of the last command that it is running. So that way, in the shell in the beginning, I told you, how will you take the return status of the last command? By saying dollar question mark, correct? So now see here in this, if I say echo dollar question mark, or let's do one thing. Now I will say variable equal to what? Dollar question mark. And then let's run this. So what is happening now? It is returning 0 because the function executed this command, which is the last one, and it is returning the exit status. So that means whenever a function completes, it is going to return the exit status of the last command what you are running. So that way, if it is success, it is always okay. So that means when a return is happening, it is returning some value, which is the exit status of the last command. Now this is where, for certain reason, if you want to return some other value, then explicitly when you are saying return, along with the return, you are going to say some value. Okay, this is where if I say something like this, then see the difference. So let's do both. Let me copy this and paste here. So I'll just say first time, second time. Okay. So now what will happen when I'm calling for the first time? The values that I'm going to pass is what? Nothing. So it is going to be equal. So because of that, it is going to return. But when it is returning, it is going to return 2. So that is what you are going to get here. Okay. Whereas the same thing, if I run this, these are not equal. So it is not going to do anything. So it will come here and default, it is going to return what? The default status, which is 0. Okay. So let's see this difference. Getting it? First time it is returning 2 because what happened? Here I am explicitly returning 2. Whereas here, when it comes to the next one, I'm not going through this. So it is going to the default return, which returns the status of the last command successful, which is 0. That is where here you can see first time it is returning 2, the next time returning 0. This way, when you have a function, you can explicitly return, because that is where you're not just going to use return whenever you want. There will be a scenario where you want to return at some particular line, and at the same time if you want to return some value along with it, then you are going to use the return accordingly. Okay, got it? Clear? Now how about write a script? Okay, now this is where I can say I will give you 2 arrays, okay, and try to find out the average. And now when you do the average, I want you to just minimize the number of lines as much as possible and just return the value. This way, inside the function itself, I can write the average, and instead of getting it, I can return the average. That I can take it from my parent or the first script or the main script, which will read it and it is going to execute. Okay, try writing it. Just write a program wherein it should take 1 array or 2 array, whatever it is. Now that it should take an average. For doing the average, what it is going to do? It is going to call a function. But now function, after doing the average, it should return the average value to where you are calling. That way it can try writing it. Done? Anyone? Anyone?
Adam,
Yes. Yeah. Anyone?
did you ask anything, Adam?
Sorry,
Have you asked anything? Anything means
I didn't. What is it?
have you asked any question? I didn't get you. Sorry.
I'm just asking. Did anyone complete the script?
Your voice is breaking. Sorry. Hello.
I just asked. Did anyone complete the script?
Not yet.
I'm asking. Did anyone complete? So I'm just asking. Can you guys try writing? So cannot do it directly, but what is that expectation I was saying is, if I pass any variable with some values, it should be averaging it. But now, if I have to pass some value, so this is where first you need to know, I have to go through the for loop. So this is where now there are two things you can do. First, I need to have all the values that I needed. Okay, there are two ways you can do. The first thing is I am passing a value. So this is where yesterday, if you remember, in the index, if I say star, it will pass everything together. The same way, okay, now the problem here is, if I want to take one by one, then I will say $1, $2. But now I don't know how many values I'm going to pass here. So then how will you say $1, $2? This is where now the beginning there was something called a special variable that I told you I will tell later. This is where some of the special variables that we used were dollar question mark means exit status, dollar means the process ID. So that way, if you remember, we also used dollar star. So dollar star means the total values that you have passed, and if you say dollar hash, then it will give you what, the total number of the value or the arguments you have passed. Okay, this way, if I say dollar star, what will happen? It will take all the values, then I can simply put it into for loop and it will be giving me the values. Okay, so this is where I can call this way, or if I want to call, I can change this and I can call whatever. So it will be accordingly taking everything. Okay, so just try to see this in the check. Okay, now, okay, I'm just going to remove all the others. Not to, okay, so now I'm passing some values, and let's see. So I'll say echo values passed equal to dollar star, and I'll say echo total number of values equal to dollar hash. Okay, now here I don't want to do any conditions and all. Just let's keep it very simple. Okay. So here, if I say check, okay, so I'm going to say 1, and then if I say check, okay, so fine. So I'm just calling it. I'm not doing anything, so that this will just give me what arguments I have passed, and it is going to tell me total values and what I have passed. Okay. So you can see. So for the first time you are called, the values that you have passed is totally only 1. So total value is 1. For the next time, the total values that you have passed is 2, and those are 1 and 2. The next time you are passing 3, so it's clearly going to say 3, and accordingly it is going to do this. Okay, getting it? Getting the difference? So now remember, each values that you're going to pass as an argument will be taken as $1, $2. But if you want everything together, just say dollar star. But if you want the total number of the count, then I will say dollar hash. Okay. Now let's assume if I want to take an array, sorry, if I want to take an average, for average, how many values I need? Minimum of 2 values I need. If anything which is less than that, then I should not work. So here in this, for example, if I just pass this much, what will it do? It will still run, right? This is where, how can I give a condition? So simply if I now give a condition like this, for example, if I say, if what? dollar hash if it is less than or equal to 1, sorry, yeah, less than or equal to 1, then what should I do? Now tell me, what should I do? If it is less than or equal to 1, then
Break.
I should not do anything. Why do you break here? Break is for, that is for loop. There is no loop here. So what is that I want? I should just go back to the function invocation. So that is where simply I will say return. Okay. This way what will it do? It will just return to the call. So it will not even proceed further. See, remember, break you are going to use only when you are inside a loop. There is no loop here. This is the function. This is where if I say return, it will just return. Probably you have to give some message saying something like need at least 2 values. Okay, so that when you run, it's going to print it accordingly. Got it? Getting it? Return in arguments for the function. Any questions? What? That way I don't want to directly take. If I want to change anything internally, I'll talk about it tomorrow. Scope of the variables. Okay. So, but for now, clear? Whatever you're passing as an argument, it will be stored in $1, $2, $3, $4 like that. But in that, $hash will give you the total number and $star will give you the all the values together. Those are the special variables that will be. Okay. Any questions so far? Now, we can also see something called as a function inside a function. Okay. So what do you mean by function inside a function? So yesterday what we did, we had one function and wherever we wanted, we called it. Now you can write multiple functions and you can call one function inside another function. Now if you take this example over here, so in this function, if you see my script, there is first function called number1. Okay, and then there is one more function called number2. So the only thing which is going to get called is number1 here. Now when you call number1, whatever the content is there for this function, it will execute. So this way, in the number1, what we have given, what is that we have in number1? So first there is one echo statement which says this is the first function. After that, what is that I'm doing? I'm calling a function. This at this location, it will call this second function. So this way, now you are calling first function, and while the first function is running, it is going to call the second function. Okay, got it? And this is how you can write multiple functions and you can call from one another. Okay, so let's try to run this and see. Okay, now if I have to give permission, so what is happening? You can see we are actually calling the first function, and when it is calling, it will execute the first line, and as soon as that is there, the next line within the first function we are calling the second function. So at this line, it will replace whatever the content you have in the second function. That's where it is replacing it here, and it is getting called. And once it is done, what will it do? It will return back to the statement where it was invoked. So where was it called? Here. So it is coming up. After this, is there anything else? Nothing. So it is coming out of the script. Okay. Remember, you can also call a function inside a function. Okay. That way, you can also pass parameters. Now everything will be specific to. Okay. Now, for example, here, if I say parameter 1, parameter 2. Now, if I'm reading it here, then what will happen? Here, let me say echo. Let's say parameter 1 equal to $1. Okay. Then I'll give a space. Then I'll say parameter 2 equal to dollar. All right. Now, what I'm going to do is here I'll pass the value. In this, I will do the reverse. Okay. And now in this function, if I want to read, once again it will be $1 and $2. So that will be specific to this function. The same thing if I do here, see the difference what it is going to give. Okay. So let's try running it. See, so whatever I first passed, that will be stored as $1. But if I am passing that again another function, in this function, whatever you are passing first will become the $1, and it is specific to this function. That way, whatever the values that you are passing will be specific to that function. Okay, and not only that, I was talking about something called scope of variables, right? Let's try to understand the scope of the variable. Now, taking the same example, here, if I say a variable called a, let me say it as 10. Okay. Now, before calling the function, let me say echo a equal to $a. Okay. Now, the same thing, I don't want these, I'll just remove for some time. So I'll say echo a equal to $a. Then, same thing we'll say here also, a equal to $a. All right. Now, let's call this and see whether the value of a is same. So what is happening? Everywhere it is same. So what you have to understand now is your whole script itself is acting as a function. It's called as main function. Okay, it's not written, but we call it as main function. So your entire script itself is acting as one main function. That way, when you are calling your script, what is getting called? The main function, and whatever is available under that, it is getting called. This way, if you define a variable on your function, that will be available throughout the function. Okay, so that way anything you define in the main function, it will be always available to all the other functions. But if you give anything within a specific function, it will be available only in that function. That way, now if I say here a equal to 20, and here if I say a equal to 30, then see what will be the value. So here I will say a equal to 30, a equal to 20, and now after calling the function, I will say once again A equal to $A. So now what will happen? Okay. So first what happened? We had A and I called echo A stem. After that it is calling first function. As soon as it is going inside the function, what is the value of A? 20. And I'm just printing 20 now, fine. But as soon as it comes back here, what is the value of A? 30. But here, if you see, it is taking local and the last value, what is happening once it coming out, I'm again printing A. So what is happening? It is overwriting the existing one. Got it? This is what I had done, right? The example. So what is happening? It is trying to override because it is a global variable. So that is the reason it is trying to set everything global. Now, if you set a variable within a function, that is the first definition, then its scope will be only within that. Okay, so that's the reason it's always better for every function use a separate variable and that will be available only within that function. Okay, getting it? Now, why did I talk about this test? Now, in the same way, we will be using it for some other purpose. So remember for now, so that anything that you are using will be specific to that function. Now, when you are writing a script, there might be many scenarios where you want to pass some value to the user or the script during runtime. You are running the script during runtime, it is going to ask you some value. So how will you make that? So this is where there is a command or function called as read. So read followed by the variable name. What will script do is it will exactly stop at that line and it will ask you to enter some value. But by default, it will not ask you. The screen will be blinking. That means you have to enter some value. As soon as you type some value and enter, the value that you are passing will be stored into the variable whatever you are. Okay, so I'll show you this example. So here, what is happening? I'm just trying to print. What is it? Echo. Hello. I'm just a message. After that, what I'm doing? I'm doing read and a variable. So this way, whatever that you enter will be stored into a variable name called var name. That I can use it anytime later. Okay. See this? You can see what happened. As soon as it executed this line, when it is executing read, it just stopped. It is asking us to enter a value. So whatever I enter here, and I have to press the enter button, then what will happen? It will complete it, and that value will be stored into the variable. And this is reason it is trying to print whatever that I have given with the variable. Okay, got it? Getting it? So this is how you can ask the user to enter a value, because there are some times where you have to write a script. You will ask the user, you want to proceed, or is there something that you keep based on that you can write some function. Okay. Now, in this case, if you run it is not asking you anything. It's just, kind of stuck. You feel it is stuck, but actually it is waiting for the input. So this is where, when you are running a script, when you are using read, you can use -p. So -p means what? It will try to give you the user print message. Like how in Jenkins, if you remember, we gave some message, right? So that was printing. So that way, now in this, if I say this, the difference if you see, I'm not just reading it, but I'm saying -p and some message. So that way, it will print that message, and after that message, it will be asking, so that I can know, okay, it is trying to ask me some value. Okay, getting it? So let's try this. You can see. So exactly, it is stopping here, so that now I will know. Oh, it is asking me to enter some username, or I can make this little more easy for me to understand. Okay, then I can say this way. For example, instead of telling this, I can directly say enter your username. Now what will happen? It will exactly ask. So now I'll know what I have to ask. Okay, that it will take. So remember, if you want to just read, you can ask by just saying read and the variable. The same thing if I say what? -p, and it will ask us to put it up. Okay. Now, getting this read function. Now try to write a simple script where, okay, listen to what I'm saying. Write a simple script where you should try to take average. Okay. Now, ask the user to pass value. Okay. So now you should write the script so that it will ask the user to enter number. So when you are entering number, you should be going on as long as you want. So when I say stop, it should not take. For example, I will ask, please enter the number. I will enter. Then it should ask, do you want me to continue? Okay, if I say yes, then it should go ahead and ask, enter number. After I enter a number, it should ask, do you want to continue? Again, if I say yes, it should again go and call me, do you enter a number? This way, every time if I say yes, it should ask me to enter. And when I say no, what it should do, whatever it has captured, it should just say, after when I say no, it should say, okay, these are the values that you have taken. So it should just directly say the average of all the values that you have entered is this function. It should just, how can I do that? Get what I'm saying? You should first now write a script which will just ask me enter a value. If I enter, it should ask, do you want to continue? If I say Y or yes, it should continue, and when it is continuing, it should ask me to enter the value. But now, if I say no, whatever the values I have given, it should take that sum divide by the total number, and then what it should do? It should just print me. So that, see, if I say no, it should just print me saying average is. So what and all I can do for this? Okay. But I want to again read it, right? Right. Right. Like, so you need to use the condition read. All those things what we have seen so far, right? Right. I'm not talking. I'm waiting for the answer.
Hello?
Yes. Yeah, go ahead.
But I thought that I am not able to hear.
I asked everyone to write a program. I'm waiting for the answer.
What program?
I just gave a problem and I asked everyone to do that. Write it up.
Uh, Adam, is there is any base name command is there? Because I'm going through Google today some script, so where there I find the base name. Is there any command?
Yes. Base name will
Oh,
give you the base folder from where you are running it. So if you run base name, it will give you this folder where it is currently referred. Here, if you can see the screen, say base name, so they give you the folder which you are referring to. It will be the last one.
actually, what they are doing, right? Base name, and they are passing the file name to take the backup. So base name and $1 they are passing the from as an argument. So
See, base name will just try to split the value and it will give you the last folder name, whatever it is, or the file. So in this case, if you give base name will give you. So it depends on what value you give, and it will be giving you only that.
oh, okay.
If, for example, if I say base name, then and then this, so it will give you only this. If I remove this, it will give you the last value. Typically, the last folder or the file is what the base name.
Okay, last folder of the path, right?
Yes, folder or file, whatever it is.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Anyone? Anyone? Anyone?
Adam, could you check some variable? You are adding the expression dollar sum plus dollar answer. Is that right?
Problem. Someone is talking, that's it. So that I want you to correct, but I want you guys to write it.
Adam, I checked today some script, a bash file script, right? In that, if a statement is not terminated by the semicolon,
I didn't get what is it?
see, we are using the if statement, right? Like dollar answer equal to y, then semicolon, right? After the bracket.
Where?
But I see so many scripts, right? There we didn't use the semicolon in the bash file.
I didn't get it. What is it? Here?
No. This if dollar answer bracket dollar answer equal to y after read. Yeah, this line. This we are putting semicolon, right?
Yes. Yes, tell me.
My question here is today I seen some in the Google some script bash shell script. So where I see that if there is no semicolon.
It's okay. That's another way of writing. No one. First, you need to be familiar with at least any one of the format. There are different ways of writing it. I don't even have
Okay,
to say all these things then. So this is because if I'm writing both of them in one line, I have to separate it using colon. So this typically means that then if you have seen in that how they would have written the same example, if you are not seeing semicolon, then they should have written something like this. If the semicolon is not there, then you will see the
correct,
then.
correct. I seen that.
Because if you put semicolon here, it means second line or the line next to it, I'm adding it to the same line. So I'm just avoiding one.
Okay. Got it. Thank you. But your voice is breaking today. I don't know.
I'm just waiting.
Okay.
Anyone? 23. Anyone? No? Okay. This is just one of the way to write. Okay, you can do it in different way. It's not necessary that you have to do. So what was that my need? My requirement is I should be asking to enter yes, and only if I say yes, I should ask for a value, and then I should proceed further. If I say no, I should not do anything. This is where first what I'm doing, I'm taking sum as 0. There is a value called count as 0, and answer is 1. This is because I'm using while loop. Instead of using this, if you use until, then what will happen? Until answer is no, it will be doing it. That is another way of using until. So since I am using while, only if the condition matches, it will go inside. So that's the reason I'm first creating a variable. I'm just checking for the first time. So it's up to your need to change it. So first time condition will match. It will go inside. It will ask me, do you want me to continue? Okay. Then if I say yes, what will it do? It will go ahead and run. So now if I say yes, next I'm trying to read that, and then whatever I'm passing it, I'm trying to store it into a variable. So this is where second time it will ask me enter a number only if I have told yes. If I have told no, what will happen? It will not do anything. It will come to the next iteration. In that iteration, function will fail, so it will not go inside. So only when I say yes, it will come to this condition. In this condition, it will ask for a value. Whatever you are giving, I'm just adding it to the sum. Same time, I'm adding it to the count. Okay. So like this, as long as you want, if you say yes, it will take it. Then it will again come. Condition is true. It will once again come here, take the value, and once it is done, it will be going. The same thing now. If I say no, this condition doesn't match. So it will not go here, but it will come back. Condition fails. So finally, when it comes here, now I'm doing some condition. The condition is what will happen if I have just entered one value and the second time I'm saying I don't want to continue. Then there will be total one value. So can you find out the average of one value? So that is where I'm doing a condition here which says if count is less than 2, then print unique values. If not, you do the average. So now watch this. So first it is asking me. So if I say yes, condition matches, it will then ask me to enter a value. Now again it is asking me. If I say yes, it is going to ask me a value. And again it is asking. So if I say no, it will just come out, check for the condition. See this? So this is how you can do. But there is one problem in the script is first time itself it is asking me whether you want to continue, which is wrong. First time it should not ask me, right? Only from the second time it should ask. So how can I do that? First time it should not ask me. Then see whatever it is I'm saying, it is printing here. This is what is running. When I first come inside, I don't want me to ask this. I want directly to go inside. How it will go if I give this here? So when should I
Break.
want to execute this? I should
After the
execute
if
it
condition.
only if it is from second value, not from the first value. So how can I skip that? So I just say if $count what is equal to 0. That is first time, right? If it is equal to 0, what should I do? It should not ask me this, or I should do the reverse. If it is not equal to 0, then it should ask me to enter. If not, I don't want to do anything. So now what will happen? First time when it comes, condition is true because answer is yes. It will come here. What is count? Is count not equal to 0? No. That means this condition will fail anyway. It will come here. When it comes here, what is the value of answer? It's already yes. So it will go ahead and ask you to enter a number. You enter, it will add to the sum. Then it will come here, and then once again it will go up. But now when it is going up, what is count? 1. Is 1 not equal to 0? Yes. Then it will ask. So that first time it will not ask you to continue or not. Directly it will go ahead, enter your number. Then it will ask, do you want to continue? Okay. See, this time it didn't ask me, so it is asking me. So if I press 1, now it is asking me, do you want me to continue? If I say no, what will happen? Say that you need at least 2 values. So it is saying 1, say yes. Again, it is asking me. Yeah, now if I say no, I have at least 2 values, so it will find out the average of that. Getting it? What we are doing, we are trying to take the value from the user during runtime, but this will not be the right way of running it, because now if someone has to run the script, then they have to manually run and enter or pass some value. But let's assume you are trying to write a script wherein want to run it automatically or again and again. So in that case, if you use read, what will happen? It will type of stuck, or it will get stuck, or it will wait. It will never execute. This is where there are 2 ways where you can pass a value to the script. This is one way. So the other way of passing a value to the script is what we call it as command line arguments. This is where if you are running a script, so far what did we do? We just called the script. So if I have to write a script, then I'll just say the script name. That's it. But we didn't pass any argument. Like how you can pass an argument to a function, we can also pass an argument to a script, and it will read all of them. So this is where, if there is a need where you want to pass some values to the script, you have to give it the space separated, like how you pass to the function, right? The same way I can pass. Now, when you are running the script, it will read those values and it will be storing it into special variable. So like how you had $1 and $2 for your function. Now, sometime back, if you remember, I told this. This is where we have to use that. So I told you your script itself is a main function. So that way, anywhere within the script, if you want to use or read the values what you have passed during the runtime from the command line, that I can use it to $1 and $2. Getting it? So the same way, like how you passed the function, you are now calling nothing but the main function. So within the main function, if I say $1 and $2, whatever the arguments or the values that you have passed to the script separated by space, will be able to. Getting it? Now, just see this. Okay, I'll create a file. I'll say command .sh. Okay, so here I'll just do one thing. I'll just say echo first parameter equal to $1, second parameter to $2. Okay, let's the script. So now, if I call it, I have not passed anything. So because of that, it is empty. See, if I pass something, then what is happening? The first one is stored as $1. Second, I didn't pass it. Getting it? So whatever arguments you pass, that much of argument you can take it. Okay. Now you can use this anywhere within the script so that you can use that, store it somewhere, and you can pick them. All right. Now in the script, we also have something called as $0. Okay. See what $0 gives you. So now anything that you pass is called as the first argument. So now what is $0? It is the name of the script which you are calling. So within the script, if you say $0, it will return you the name of the file which you are copying. Or in other ways, if you look now, if this is $2, this is $1, $0.03, the one before that. That way, whatever you have passed here is considered as $0. Okay. And same way for a function, if you wanted to know all the values, then you will say $star. If you want the total number of values, then you will have $hash. Okay, getting the difference? So now see this. If I say total arguments is $hash. You can see 0 is this, $1 is 1, $2 is 2. Total how many? It's not considering the dollars. From here, whatever you are going to give is what it is going to consider. Okay. Now, the same thing, let's assume if I want to take average of whatever values I have passed. Okay, or let's just take a simple example. I want to run a script which will do addition. Okay, so which will do the sum. So now, if I pass two values, it should say what? The sum of it. Okay, that way, for doing the sum, at least I need two values. Anything less than that, it will not work out. So here, what I can do, let it run all those things. Now, first, if I want, I can do a condition. What is that? If $hash is less than or equal to what? 1, then I should say what? Echo, say need minimum values. Okay. Else I should say what? Sum equal to expr $1 plus $. Okay. Then I can just say echo $. Okay. It will say sum is 3. Okay. Now, what is happening? Clearly says after total arguments, need minimum 2 values. But I want to do this in the beginning. Then what will happen? If I want to do this first, then just copy this. This is where now what I wanted to do was I will do it later. But here what will happen is if it is less than or equal to 1, whatever you have passed, it will print the message, but still it will proceed further. So what I want to do is it should not even go. See, one thing I can do is I can put everything under else, but that will not be the right way. So what I should do is if this is not correct or if the condition is met, I should not even go further. So this is where you can use exit. Say exit, it will come out of the process or the shell itself. That means it will never proceed further. You can see it didn't proceed. The pass, it will print and do. This is how when you are writing a script, you can do some check, okay, or we call it as validation. So first, you take the value from the user, do the validation, and accordingly you can proceed further. Okay, got it? Now, same way, try to write the program which will take the values from the arguments and it will do the average. That's it. All I'm saying is whatever values I'm passing, it should take the values and do the average. If I pass anything less than 2, then it should say I cannot find the average. Okay? Can you write? Okay, have a look. So what does that have done? I'm just writing a function which will give me help. Okay. Now this is where first what is that I'm checking? Checking whether if it is less than or equal to 1, then I'm saying need minimum 2 arguments and I'm calling this function. What will happen? It will print this usages like this. And after that, if it is okay, then I'll proceed further. And then I'm taking for, this is where I'm going to say dollar star, which is nothing but all the arguments I've given. And for each one of them, I'm going to get in one by one. Got it? This is how you can write lot of functions. For example, now you have written a script, you don't know how to run the script, or not you, if someone else doesn't. That's the reason most of the scripts or commands, if you see, you will say hyphen help or hyphen help, right? So if you run it, it will give you some message like this is how you have to use. What will they do? They will do something like this. Even if I want, I can do the same thing. Where now I can write one condition which will say if, okay, let's assume that if you are passing a value, okay, if $1 is equal to, let's assume hyphen help or hyphen h, okay, then what should I do? I should just call usage and exit. Okay, this way what will happen? If you don't know what to do, run the script, and if you say just say hyphen h, then it will try to give you this message saying that this is how you have to use. You have to say usage, script name, and arguments. Okay, so you can write your scripts. This is how you are going to write scripts wherein you are going to do some conditions, you are going to do some usage wherein it will be printing it properly. Got it? Getting the difference? This is how most of the programs, the script, whatever they write, they will add one function, keep on printing it. Okay. Yeah, that is what I'll tell. Now, the problem here is when you are entering some values, there is a limitation of it. Okay. So there is a limitation on how many values you're going to pass. Okay. Typically, you can pass only 9 values. How much? You can pass only 9 values. See what will happen. Here, okay. Now let me do this. Third param dollar. So fourth param dollar. So param dollar. Param 6. So param 7. So 8 param 8. So param dollar. And but try to go beyond this. See what happens. Okay. Okay. Not take. Neither I'm wrong. Not take. Wrong. Wrong. Ah, okay. When I learned it was not that. Things. Uh, Let me check. No, I forgot what is the range, but let me check and get back to you. Okay. Let's say command line range. There's a limitation that I know.
That is $9 only. You're correct only.
Okay, but how is it taking? I'm not sure. Surprisingly, if it takes more than 9, anyway, fine. Let's not waste time on it. It's actually a limitation, but probably is there some change or the bash? I don't know. Usually it will be only 9. We have to shift the value and then pick. But anyway, it's good if they have more. But I have to see how much pass. Okay, let's try quickly. Increase $50. Let's see. 12, 30, 7. I don't know. Anyways, probably have to think it's been ages. Anyway, there was a limitation, but looks like there's no limitation now. Anyway, then let me skip that. Nothing to worry. Huh? Yeah, I don't know. I'm talking, I don't know how many years back. Anyway, then if that's the case, don't worry. Take it. The dollar hash is
Maybe
total number.
maybe we are running in Linux. Maybe that is the limitation for Unix.
It is Linux only. Probably it could be on an older shell. Yeah, earlier we used to have SH, but let me try that. One last try. SH. One stick. I think there's some change. Okay, seems yeah, there seems to be some change. I need to see what it is. No, there used to be a limitation. I know very well. There is to be very well. Oh, they have changed it now recently. That means I'm old. Anyway, I didn't know that. It's been a long time. Good to know. And I didn't think that one's wrong. Anyway, if that's the case, it's good. You can use any number of arguments. That's fine. No problem. Let's skip that. So now, clear at least how you will be writing the conditions, how you are going to check all those things. Okay. Now, typically, when you are writing a function or when you are trying to call a command, you can see in the script what happens is, let's have a script. See, whatever I run, it is just going to run directly, right? See, I'm giving 3 lines of code. So if I want to run this, what will it do? First, actually, you see, ls will give you everything. So that is what first line is, ls, which is giving me all the output. And then it is saying echo, hello. And after that, I'm saying date, which is nothing but this. This is where whatever you are running, it is trying to print everything on the screen. But there will be certain scenarios where you want to take the value and do some operation on it. So that way, whatever that it is running, it is trying to print on the screen. So now what you want to do is, rather than printing on the screen, if you want to capture the output and store it within the script, then this is where you are going to use the backticks, which is what I was using for EXPR. So that way you understand, I told it in the very beginning. What is that we are doing? It is called as command substitution. So anything that you give within the backticks, it is going to first execute it, capture the output, and that if you store it in a variable, what will it do? It will exactly make sure that the variable has that particular value. Okay. So now see the same script. For example, here, if I say like this, what will it do? So it's saying 27, which is nothing but there are 27 files in our current folder. Now, I want to print saying your current folder has 27 files, or my requirement is whatever folder I give, I should tell you how many files are there. This is my requirement. What? If I give you a folder, I should tell you how many files are available in it. So here, what should I need? Then for the script, I should pass a folder, right? So I can write a file, or I can write a script where it will take the value. So now whatever I pass will be $1. Okay. So now simply if I say ls $1, what will this do? It will return value, but I want to store and print saying this folder has these many values. So this is where if I put this in a variable, for example, backticks, and close the backticks. So first it will execute it. The output of this will be stored. And since you are taking it as a variable on the left hand side, that will be assigned the value. Okay. So here I will say echo your directory, that is $1, as $variable number of files. Okay. Fine. So now see this. So if I say test.sh and if I say temp, what it will do? It's saying temp has 2 files. How? Let's check. Exactly, it has 2. Okay. So this is how, whatever you specify, if I say root, what is happening? If I say ls root, you can see so many things are there. So this is how, whatever you are running, it is going to capture the output and we can store it as a variable. So that is what we use backticks. Because when you're writing script, there are so many commands that you have to run, take the output, pass it. Then when you're doing all those things, required to use the backticks. This is the same thing what we did using EXPR. We were doing some arithmetic operation, it's the same. So this is what we call it as shell substitution. Or in the shell, you are trying to substitute a command. Getting it? That is different. Alias is like sibling. Here, it is just substituting in the sense, whatever you are running, it will execute it and it will replace this location with the value what you have passed. Got it? Getting it? What is substitution? Now, since I'm talking about this, there is one more thing which you need to know. Like how you had a condition for, if I say if or while, I can give some condition where I do arithmetic operations, right? But there are certain operations or operators which we can use to perform for a file, because for certain reasons I want to check whether a file is available or a folder is available or whether it is a folder or not. All those things I can. So this way, in my previous example, now if I say test.sh and I will just give some path like this. Now it is saying there is no such file. So it is giving me not a proper error, but my ls command is giving me error, but still, see, the script is continuing running and it says 0 files. Now, instead of this, what should the script give me the message? It should clearly say that the folder you have entered, is not, or the value you have passed is not a folder. That is what it should give me. This is where I can use the condition in which these are the operators available. So this way, now, if you want to check whether whatever the value you have passed is whether a folder or not, then you can say -d. So in the condition, if I say -d and the value whatever I've taken, if it is a folder, it will return. If not, it will be returning false. So that way, if I want to check whether it is a file, I can just say -f. File means some normal text file. If I want to check whether the file is readable, then I can say -r. If it is writable, -w. If it is executable, -x. Suppose if I want to check whether a file exists and the file size is greater than 0, then if I say -s, if it is greater than 0, then it will give me, not it will give me false. Okay. The same way, I don't care about the what size. I just want to check whether file exists. Then I will say -e. Okay. So this way you can use it. Let us try this now. So what we will do in our script is, first, whatever I am taking, I will try to store it in some content. Okay. So I will just say, for example, capital D equal to $1. That means whatever I'm passing, I'm trying to store it into a variable. The first condition I'll say is if $D is, what is this? If this is a directory, then I should go. Okay. Then I should go inside and do that. Okay. Now, if it is this, then I can, for example, let me just print a message. This is a directory. Okay. Else, I will say echo not a directory, and then I will say exit. Okay. You can do this way. And now let's try to run this. So it says it's the directory. You can see it says it is going to find, it is finding out it is not available. Now here also I can use the not operator. So if I say not operator, what is it? I'm saying if this is not a directory, then you go inside. So that means instead of writing all those things, simply I will say this much, not a directory exit. Then you have to, so it will come, it will check only if it is a directory, it will proceed. If it is not a directory, then you go inside, print a message, then exit out. Okay. Okay, there's a syntax. Correct. So this is how you can typically use this file operators. Okay. Now, like I said, let's see an example here. I have everything in this. So almost everything is available. So I'm just going to keep a file, and for that file, if it is read only, it will say read, and then whether it is write, whether it has execute permission, whether it is a file, it's a normal text file. If it is a directory, it will say it's a directory. If not, it will say this is not a directory. And then if the file size is 0, then it's going to check. If not, it is going to clearly tell. The same way, the file doesn't exist, it doesn't exist. If it exists, it exists. Okay. Let me do all those things. So first, let me create a check. So I'll say file check.sh. Let's see more. Okay. Now, what was the file name? The file, right? I'm just hard coding. So let me first just touch this file. Okay. So this is the file. So now let's run this file check. Oh, some spelling mistake. Saying line 8. Okay. So now see. So does this file has read permission? Okay, for whom? It is for the user as whom you are running. Okay, so I created the file, so I am the owner, so I have the permission for read to the owner. And this has write permission, yes. And then this doesn't have execute permission, is correct. Then this file is an ordinary file, okay, and this is not a directory. And what does it say? It doesn't have a 0, which is wrong. Why? Because I gave the wrong message. There is. So if here it should say not so here it should say okay. Okay. And finally the file exists. So any permission that you change, accordingly you will be able to get it. So this is where it's again depending on what kind of operation that you're doing, especially on a file, you can use all this. Getting it? Clear? Clear with the file operator? No, you cannot.
Yes, sir.
By default, it will check. So then you have to write. If I less of this, then you will get the output. Now, one last thing you need to know is in shell, there is something called as redirection. Especially again, if you remember in the beginning when I was going through Git and other functions, it would just redirect for fasting. So now, when you say redirection, the first thing is output redirection. What is output redirection? You run some command, the output of that usually comes to the screen. Instead of that, if you want to redirect to somewhere else, you can put it to a file. So that is where if you say greater than, it will send it to a file. Okay. Now, what happened? You can see earlier when I ran the script, it gave me this output. Now, when I redirected it, what happened? It went inside the file. So now if I look at the file, this is how we can store the output of a script. So whenever you are running a script, what will happen? You can store the output. So that tomorrow if you want to come back and see, you will be able to see this. Okay. Now, in this, every time if I say greater than, if there is no such file, it will create the file and put the output. If there is already a file, what will it do? It will overwrite it. This is the reason if you use 2 greater than, what will it do? It will append it. Okay. So now see the same thing. If I do greater than, if you look at the log, there will be 2 times. First time it got the output, then second time it is getting the. Okay. So this is how you can do appending for a file from the. Now, this way, greater than is whatever the output of your left hand will come here. Okay. Yes. If it is existing, it will append. If there is no such file, it will create the file and it will add the value. That's only difference. Okay. Now, there are some cases where you can use less than symbol. What is less than? Less than is again redirection. So this way, from one command, you can pass value to another command using this way also. Okay. Now to show you this example, let me come here. Now in this, if you see, now if I want to read the number of lines from a file, now if I do this way, let's say for example, this file check, right? So now if I say, what does it think? It has 53 lines, okay, which is exactly the same I can do this way. So now you can use lesser than symbol to redirect the content. So this way, for running this command, it is going to typically read the values from this script. There are a lot of scenarios where we might have to redirect the output. So remember, greater than will take the output and store it into a file, whereas a left or a lesser than symbol will try to give you the output or take the value from one and give it as a input to the other one. It will not create a file. Got it? That is what we call it as this. Now in this, we also have a function where you can say terminal. There are many times you will run some command and you don't want the output. Okay, some error message or something will come and you don't want the output. If you don't want to see the output of some command, then simply you are going to say what? Terminal. Okay, so whatever you are going to run, if you just redirect, so there is a file called null in the folder called dev, which is actually empty always. Anything you put into it will become empty. So that's the reason when you run, it is going to take. But here what is happening? It is giving me the standard error. If this command gave me some output, that I am going to put it into terminal. But see this? If I do ls, I'm going to get this. But what did I do? ls redirect. So this way, it is storing the output to the file called devnull. And if you look at the devnull, it will be nothing. You cannot see any content in it. Okay? So this is where now, if you are running anything, it will give you the output to the devnull, which is called as standard output. But in case if you are getting an error, you are still going to get it on the screen. This is where in Linux, there is something called as what? 2 and 1, where 2 represents standard error and 1 represents standard output. Okay. So when you run this, what it is going to do? The output, it is going to store it into dev null, and in case if there is any error that you are going to get, that it is going to capture to your standard output. Most of the time, when you are running a script, they will be appending saying 2 greater than %1. That means if there is any error that command is giving, take only that and show it on the screen. Whereas whatever the output it is giving, store this into a okay. So remember this. Sometimes you will see a script, they will run the shell script, they will redirect the output. But if it is giving some error, if you want to capture, then you will say at the end greater than %. That means take the standard error. Sometimes if you are getting some error, that error show it on the screen, which is what we call it as %1. Got it? Remember this. Okay.
Adam, can you repeat the last line?
See, when you are running some command or some script, typically there is a standard output which will come to the screen, and there is a standard error. Because when you will be running some line will give you some error. Now, where are you going to capture? If everything is captured, then it will not be us. But if I redirect, what will happen? Everything will go to the file. This is where if I want only the output to go to the log file, and if there is any error being obtained and I want to show it onto the screen, then if I do this, 2 represents error. So when you are running this, if there is any standard error you are getting, that you are redirecting it to the standard output. So what is standard output? Screen or monitor. Okay, that is how it is going to take this up. Okay. Now, one last thing is when you are running a script, again, you will be seeing a lot of times this means very simple. Output you store it to null or to some other file, and the standard error just give it to me in the screen. Now, when you are running some script, if you close the screen, what will happen? Okay, let's try to run one script. Tell me a while loop. Okay, so I'll just say while 0. Okay. So it is going on a infinite. Now, let's assume like you are doing something in your company where you are running. Suddenly, you might have to log out of your computer, or your computer crashes, or let's say that you want to run the script. The script will take 2 hours. Now you want to go home. What will you do? You will close the laptop. If you close the laptop, this session will get terminated. Or simply, if I close this also, it is going to terminate. Now see what happens. If I connect to the machine, if I do PS, I do not see that script running. This is because I close that, the shell cancel, that shell invoke the style process that will also run. So this is where if you want to run some script without descripting, then you will use something called as no hub. Okay. So now if I want to run something, I will say no hub followed by whatever the script I want to call. Okay. And now this is where I will say, okay, now what it means, run it. If there is any standard error, give it on the screen. Okay. And if I say %, at the end, %, means run it in the background. Okay. So if I run this, now you can see it gave me back the screen, and here it is running the script. So even if I close this, the parent shell is not needed because internally it is going to run in the background. And The other thing is there will be a file called nohub.out. This is because whatever the output of this file is giving, that will be printed in this file. So if I want to see the content, if I say -f, what will it do? Live output it will see, right? So you can see whatever is script is running, it is going to give me. So this is where what you can do is you can use nohub, then sometimes you will run it. So that run this in the background without any description, and in that any error I'm going to get me out on the screen so that I can see. So that now if I close the screen also, if I log in, this process will be still running. Okay. Okay, close that. Okay. So remember, okay, it's running, right? You have this there. You can see it is still running. So unless and until I will not stop, it will, I mean, it's not like here I'm doing an infinite loop, but when you're actually running a script, whatever the statements you have given inside, as soon as it completes, stop. Right? If I want to stop, I'll just say kill 95348.
What is PS minus EF? PS, I know that we will see the process, right? What is the EF is the option here?
EF means enumerated form. PS by default will give you the process running as my current user. Whereas if I say PS-E, it will give you the list of all the process running in this machine. And in that, you can actually see it is not giving form. So if I say F, it is going to give you form. Okay. Getting it?
So, suppose, yeah, suppose we have given that job to run in the what is that, in the background, right? No hub and the script name at the rate, right? How to bring in the again in the again back? We have put in the background, right? I want to see
No,
revert
see,
it back again.
that is the reason. What did I tell you? What is the reason for you to send it in the background and to run it in the descriptive? Because if you bring back your screen, there are options, but if not do, the reason behind it is if I bring it back, what will happen? Let's assume I can bring it back. Then again it will be on the screen. But again, if I close the screen, it should not be done. So usually you run no hub because run and just leave it. So let it run,
Okay.
let it complete whenever it wants. And if you want to see whatever is happening, what is that you need? The log. So that is what by default it is storing it into a file called nohub.out. So if I go and tail it, obviously I will find out what is happening, what it is printing. That's the reason you will use nohub usually when you want to run any kind of script without running destructively. Okay, it's a good practice that you run, and in that, as I said, you're going to say 2 greater than %1, which will redirect the standard error to the screen, so that even if you close the screen, it will be running.
Okay,
Got
Adam,
it?
I have a, yeah, I got it. Adam, one more question is there. Suppose we have a script inside that script we are calling the Oracle database, right? So, and we have put the job in the background, right? And it is running for a long time. So, due to some reason, I killed the job, that process ID. But what happened? It is calling the Oracle server, but the Oracle server job is still running, right?
Now come again. What is it?
See, we have written one Cells script. Inside the Cells script, I am connecting to Oracle database and I am running some procedures. Okay. Now, due to
Okay.
some reason, the job is running for a long time. So my manager told that kill the job. So what I did, I come to the Unix box and find the process ID and kill the process ID. But in the Oracle server, that whatever the procedure is there or query is there, it is running. I have not killed. I have rerun the job So what will happen? The deadlock will happen because
See, that is
the job is already running. Yeah.
you have run two processes. That is where you need to understand how you are calling your parent, how you are calling child. So sometimes what will happen, you might be killing your parent, but the child might go what? We call it as a zombie process. So if there is no handle and if you are running it background, what will the parent think? Complete. It will go ahead and run. So this is where you need to be very careful, especially when you are killing parent and child. So that's the reason when you are stopping something, we will not use kill command. So we will be using something called pkill, which will kill the complete process. So now I will say whatever the process I click on. So it will try to kill the complete process. So that could be one of the reason what happened to you. Kill the parent, but the
Okay.
child becomes zombie and is still.
So the p kill, you are saying that the p kill command will kill the child as well, right?
Entire
Hello.
process, whatever that you have created the parent, whatever the parent you have created, it will kill all the child process that it is handling.
Okay.